Good morning. Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to the Africa Women Forum 2025. And we are delighted to see many faces, some that we have worked with, others that are mentors and across East Africa. And we are extremely honored. I know in Africa, our tradition is that we start meetings with prayers. But because we are of different religion backgrounds, I will ask that we play the national anthem of Kenya, since we're being hosted by Kenya, and then we play the East African national anthem as our prayers, because we know that those are prayers as well. Sindio? All right. So I kindly ask that we all stand for the national anthem. Thank you. We can all take our seats. So let me start first by introducing myself. My name is Phoebe Mongai. I work at the Oslo Center as the country director for Kenya and Somalia. And I have had the privilege to interact with close to half the room. So I am happy to reunite with some of you, but also to make new friends and to make new networks. And I think that is extremely important. So today we are gathered here, first because we have gotten support from the European Union, and I think it is important for me to acknowledge them for their assistance. We also have a number of our partners here that we have worked with in this process. Our long-standing partners, KIC, the Christian Democrat Center. We have ENoP, we have the UN Women, we have the civil society organizations that work on women movement. And so we are very happy that all of you could be able to make it and are here with us. And we also have the government and the champions for women's rights. And so we are happy to have an array of women from Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, and bringing our experiences together and being able to share our successes, our challenges, and our joys. And I think that is the most important thing for today. So we have created this platform so that we are able to celebrate the achievements we have made. Today, when we were having a conversation with one of the former members of the cabinet in Uganda, was talking about women who have been trailblazers here in Kenya and who she has worked with. to build the women movement. And I think that we have a very strong team of people here who we can network and be able to have conversations, to share achievements, to confront the challenges that we face, because it is true we still have challenges, we still have things that we need to conquer, but we are all up to task. And we also have the opportunity to ignite a new pathway for the future. And I think that is what matters most for today, igniting a new pathway for the future. Around the room, you will see we have a lot of young faces. For women who are seasoned politicians, we have a lot that we can learn as young women, but also they have a lot that they can learn from us and how we want to be engaged. So we feel that this platform is a good opportunity for us to be able to talk and to have dialogue. I want to recognize the ambassador of EU Delegation Kenya, Your Excellency. Welcome very much. And I will stop there, but before I leave the stage, I want all of us to sit back and relax and watch the screens. Thank you very much.
Across Africa, women are the heartbeat of our communities, the voices of resilience, the hands of progress, and the vision of a brighter tomorrow.
I'm an airline captain. I'm the first African lady to fly a Dreamliner.
From Nairobi to Lagos, from Cairo to Cape Town, African women are breaking barriers, leading change, and shaping the future.
But it's so interesting to work with this big machine.
The African Women Forum is more than a gathering. It is a movement, a celebration of leadership, innovation, and unity. A platform where voices rise, ideas spark, and the future is redefined. Today, here in Nairobi, we come together to inspire, to connect, and to transform, because when African women rise, Africa rises.
And now, to guide us through today's conversation, we are honored to welcome our moderator, Kalechi Momo. Kalechi is an award-winning media professional and one of East Africa's most trusted voices, with over 18 years of experience shaping conversations that inspire leadership, influence, and change. She brings both depth and warmth to every dialogue. Please join me in welcoming Kalechi.
Traveled from far and wide, we are excited to have you. As you have heard, my name is Kalechi Momo, and I will be your moderator for the day. And we have amazing different panels and conversations that we are going to have as we enjoy the different things we can learn from each other, from the delegates from Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya. We have distinguished leaders, policymakers, and development partners who are here, and the common goal is one: accelerating women's leadership in Africa, led by the European Network of Political Foundation, ENoP, implemented by the Christian International Democratic Center, KIC, and the Oslo Center, powered by the European Union. Over the next 2 days, we will reflect on the progress made, confront the challenges that remain, and most importantly, turn policy into action. That is the purpose of this gathering. It's not just about the dialogue, but it's more about co-creating strategies, sharing experiences across borders, and building the networks that will sustain women's leadership in the continent. on behalf of the organizers, I am warmly welcoming you to this amazing, amazing forum, and I encourage all of us to share with openness, boldness, and collaboration as we begin this very important journey. We are also on social media, we are streaming, we have lots of people who are watching us, so do share, do post something, and our hashtag is African Women's Forum. So make sure that you are sharing and posting as we do that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are officially kicking off the African Women's Forum 2025. Allow me to welcome the Executive Director of the Oslo Center, Linda Rode, to give us a welcome note. A round of applause until she gets here. This is how we're going to be operating. We clap until she gets here.
Thank you. Good morning. Your Excellency, Henriette Geiger, Ambassador of the European Union to Kenya. Honorary Cecilia Ishu, representing Her Excellency Honorary Cecily Mbarire, Governor of Embu County and National Chairperson of the United Democratic Alliance. Great women, all of you, in the executive and legislative arms of governments in East Africa. Leaders and representatives of political parties from Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. Distinguished partners from the European Union and EU delegation to Kenya, our long-standing partner in women programs. The Christian Democratic International Center, KIC, European Network of Political Foundations, ENoP, and the embassies in Nairobi. Civil society leaders, media, and most importantly, the women and youth leaders gathered here today. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, Karibuni, Nairobi. So, it is with deep honor that I welcome you to the Africa Women Forum 2025 here in Nairobi. On behalf of the Oslo Center, I thank you for joining us as we gather under the theme From Policy to Action, Accelerating Women's Leadership in Africa. This forum comes at a critical moment when the world faces democratic backsliding, but also moments of resilience, especially here in Africa. Women and young people are stepping forward with courage, even in the face of systemic barriers. This forum is therefore not just a conference, it is a platform, support to our women and agreeing on practical strategy for gender inclusivity. Allow me to recognize the remarkable support of the European Union. Through initiatives such as promoting inclusive electoral reforms in Kenya, which is supported by EU delegation here in Nairobi, women and youth in democracy, civic engagement, accountability hubs targeting young men and women in Africa, and now WYDE Political Parties targeting women's support in political parties. The EU support builds synergies with our other inclusion programs, such as empowering women in politics. In collaboration with KIC and other programs targeting women and youth as supported by the Royal Swedish Embassy and the Royal Danish Embassy here in Nairobi. The EU support is helping to build resilient platforms where women and youth can lead, hold governments accountable, and shape the future of democracy. As the world strives to make steps towards inclusive political leadership against a backslide in democracy, Africa has not been left behind. We have seen a sizable number of women occupy high decision-making offices here in East Africa. But the gap between policy and practice remains stubborn. Patriarchal norms, resource limitations, political violence, and weak enforcement of quotas continue to stand in the way of women's leadership. This forum, therefore, is designed to move us from aspiration to action, from commitment to concrete change. By sharing experiences from Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, we will build bridges, enhance learning, and develop practical strategies to overcome these barriers. Friends, democracy thrives where it is nurtured. It requires investment of resources, of courage, and of leadership. It requires spaces like this one, where women and youth leaders can not only find solidarity, but also gain practical tools, mentorship, and political networks to sustain their political development. As we deliberate, let us commit to leaving Nairobi not only inspired, but also with clear strategies, practical policy recommendation, and, not the least, renewed partnerships. Allow me to recall the words of the late Professor Wangari Maathai, Kenya's Nobel Peace Laureate, who reminded us, the higher you go, the fewer women there are. This forum gives us an opportunity to reverse that reality, to ensure that leadership at every level includes women. Inclusive democracy is not a favor extended to women and youth. It is the foundation of a just and democratic society. On behalf of the Oslo Center, again, I'd like to thank European Union, European Network of Political Foundation, the Christian Democratic International Center, our distinguished political leaders, and every participant for standing with us and together in this journey. Together, let us transform promises into policies and policies into practice. Thank you and welcome to the Africa Women Forum 2025.
Thank you so much for those very powerful words, reminding us of what the late Nobel Peace Prize winner Wangari Maathai said. The higher you go, the fewer the women. But what are we going to do here today? We're going to change that narrative. That is what you don't sound like you believe me. Let me try this side. This side knows me. We are going to do what? Change that narrative. Yes. I mean, I love that that was a quote, because having been in the media industry myself, when I got into the media industry, women had to fight really hard to get experience. You're here to share it to the next generation. Like has been pointed, we have a lot of young people here who are aspiring to be just like you. And so today we want to share, we want to communicate, and over these next 2 days, do that exactly which was written that we are going to be the ones who thrive because we are nurturing democracy here and leadership for women. We are now going to take a moment to hear from some of our keynote speakers. And our first keynote speaker serves as a Knowledge and Advocacy Officer at ENoP, leading the WYDE Political Parties program, where she works to advance women's political participation and strengthen advocacy across regions. Kindly help me welcome Raquel Vanon. A round of applause until she gets here.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. I think we were going to see a video before, but maybe not. Is that it? Okay, it's okay. We'll probably see it later. It's a piece from our colleagues from UN Women, which I think is a great starting of the day. It gives us a lot of thoughts and reflections on which are our barriers, okay? Okay, it's a real pleasure to be here with all of you. My name is Raquel Vanon. I come from the ENoP, from the European Network of Political Foundations, and I lead, together with a team at Brussels, the WYDE Political Parties project. I'm here today on behalf of ENoP and alongside with one of our key partners, KIK. I'm not seeing you, Omer, but with whom, thank you, with whom we implement the WYDE political parties across 3 different countries in East Africa. And of course, with invaluable support today of Oslo Center for creating this amazing forum. I'm very excited to be here. It's the first time, you know, I'm usually at the Brussels office with a lot of people, but I'm not capable of being on the ground with you, with the ones that are actually telling the stories and making the changes. And so for me, it's very inspiring, and I'm very honored to be here. We will see this great video afterwards, I hope. And one of the things that the video expresses or shows, and you will see it, is that one of the main obstacles to women's full participation in politics, it's of course the entrenched norms that still today hold us back, okay? And let me share just one figure with you. Only 10% of party leaders, and we were talking about this, right, before, only 10% of party leaders globally are women. This means that even when we're politically active, okay, we're usually left out of the room where decisions are made, where strategies are shaped. And this is not just for women, it's also for youth, for young people. And that brings me to the context of our work, and I just want to give you a little bit of a background also on the WYDE initiative. WYDE stands for Women Youth Democratic Engagement. It's a global initiative, like Linda was explaining before. It's a global initiative powered and funded by European Union, which works with 5 complementary components. We have WYDE Civic Engagement, which promotes the young emerging leaders from the ground, which means so that their voices are heard, so that they can take action, they build communities. We also have WYDE Freedoms, which protects and promotes the most fundamental freedoms of speech and assembly. There's also WYDE Women Leadership, which promotes women leadership in all public life, okay? WYDE Interpairs, which strengthens parliaments, meaning to be more transparent, more accountable, more representative, and WYDE Political Parties, our case, which works to open political spaces to be more inclusive and more representative. And talking about WYDE political parties, and as Linda was saying before, it's very important to understand that while democracy is worldwide being challenged and questioned, throughout all what we're seeing nowadays, political parties remain remain the most distrust, but yet still the most essential institutions in democratic life. And we believe that if you promote women and youth leadership roles within the political parties, that's the most effective way to shift the culture and the political culture from the inside out. And that's why we're here, okay? This forum is about this. And this forum is about you. We're here to listen to you, to hear from you, to learn from you. You have the stories, you have the challenges, you face those challenges, you have the resilience, and you're the people that really build the story, create the story, and create the narrative. So thank you so much for your time and for being here, and thanks for inspiring us all.
A round of applause for Ms. Raquel Magnon. We appreciate the work that you're doing with ENoP and WYDE. Ladies and gentlemen, she mentioned the video, so I want to first of all acknowledge the UN women who are here. UN women, we acknowledge you, we appreciate you, and we will be playing that video a little later on because it will set the pace for our first panel. So with bated breath, you can wait for that because we will definitely be sharing that with you. Now, our next keynote speaker represents the Christian International Democratic Center, KIC, of Sweden, where he leads programs that strengthen democracy, inclusive governance, and citizen participation, and is the coordinator of the WYDE Political Parties program across Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Mr. Omar Noor. Oh, I can see you have some cheerleaders here. It's lovely to have a man among us, isn't it? Yes, so we clap until he gets here. Welcome.
Well, thank you so much for that loud cheer. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Christian Democratic International Center, I would like to extend my warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here in a rather busy period, I would say, with nomination processes going on in Uganda and also the upcoming elections in Tanzania. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you. For Christian Democratic International Center, we are based in Stockholm. We are a political party affiliated organization running democracy assistance program across 3 continents, so East Africa, Eastern Europe, and Latin America. For us, this forum marks the launch of the WYDE Political Parties initiative, and the choice to start this forum with this WYDE Political Parties activities with this forum was a very conscious one. We think that the data gathered from this conference will help us design the future interventions of the WYDE program. So we firmly believe that if this initiative is to be successful, we have to take the identification of challenges, the solutions, and the call of actions from the participants that we seek to empower in this program. And that is why this forum was designed as a 2-day process. So today we have this forum where we listen to identify some gaps, barriers, and opportunities. And tomorrow now we go into country groups and then develop joint action plans. So in this way we ensure that this forum is more than just a one-off event. It lays a foundation of a locally owned program where the very people it seeks to empower are at the center of shaping the design of this program. Furthermore, apart from this program, we'll have multiple activities in Kenya, including the training of trainers. We'll also work with your women and youth leagues. The WYDE initiative will also benefit from our previous experiences. Linda mentioned about the EVIP program. KIC has been working in the region for the last 13 years with the CEDA-funded programs. One of the programs is the Empowering Women in Politics. The other program is the Program for Young Politicians in Africa, which has been running now for 13 years with, I think, implementation across 16 African countries. So we've worked with your women leagues, we've worked with your youth leagues, we've worked with the senior party management in a multi-party setting across Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. We've worked with strategic documents. We have created gender policies, policies against sexual harassment, youth manifestos, to name a few. And the idea with this forum is now to take the information from you, take the experience that we have had with other forums, and try to build synergies. To not start afresh, but to build upon the things that we have done in the past. And that is very important, primarily because of some of the reasons that Linda was mentioning in the beginning as well. We are at a time where organizations that are working with democracy assistance programs are facing a lot of challenges. The democratic backsliding, but there's also lack of funding. There's also donor fatigue. So we have to tackle those issues, and I think the best way to do is to build synergies, to come across as organizations that are working with democracy assistance. And so I would really like to thank all the organizations present today, especially UN Women, in support with Oslo Center, and other organizations that are here today. So thank you for helping us build those synergies. Apart from the programs that we've mentioned, I really hope the discussions that we will have tomorrow will really inform us going further when it comes to the implementation of the WYDE Political Parties initiative. I would really like to thank the European Union for this support, because research shows that political party support is very thin when it comes to this particular initiative. And we have been struggling with that. On one hand, it's very important for us to be critical, to build synergies, but on the other hand, it's also important to highlight that this kind of support is very thin when it comes to international aid. So we are grateful for this support. I look forward to hearing from all of you in the coming 2 days. There are some familiar faces. There are some women that I've personally been very inspired from. I've been coming here for the last 7 years. Every time I come here, I hear different stories, but at the same time, I'm so impressed by your resilience, working in these difficult situations, the increasing cost of politics. I was in Uganda 2 weeks ago. I was speaking to some women going for the MP positions, and they were like, the stories that I was listening to, even at the district level, the cost of doing politics is just skyrocketing. And just to stay in politics in these kind of circumstances, and then you have managing family life with politics, you have to cope with the violence. It's not an easy task to do. So we are really inspired by your resilience. We really hope to hear some amazing stories in the coming 2 days. And I really hope that we can make it a forum that goes beyond these 2 days. I hope that you take advantage of the network here. Research shows that such conferences, when done properly, do build networks across border. They forge partnerships. And most importantly, to have role models, that really helps in these difficult situations. So I welcome all of you again, and I really hope that we'll make the most of this time, and I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noor, for those insightful remarks and for reminding us the importance of inclusive governance. We really appreciate your contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, our next keynote will be delivered on behalf of Her Excellency Governor Cecily Mbarire. Representing her is the Honorable Cecilia Ngiti Ishu, the woman representative for Turkana County and a National Executive Council member of the United Democratic Alliance. Please help me in welcoming Honorable Cecilia Ngiti Ishu. Remember, we clap until she gets here. Karibu, madam.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As you have heard, I'm delivering a speech on behalf of Her Excellency, Madam Cecil Mbarire, who happens to be the chairperson of our party, United Democratic Alliance. Of course, I'm reading her speech. This is a keynote speech from Her Excellency Cecil Mbarire, Chair Lady of the United Democratic Alliance and the Governor of Embu County at the Africa Women Forum 2025, themed From Policy to Action, Accelerating Women's Leadership in Africa, which is, of course, being held at Hyatt Hotel, Nairobi, this date. Delivering on her behalf is Honorable Cecilia Asinyen Ngitit Ishu, the woman representative for Turkana County, and NEC member for UDA, Secretary in charge of Transport and Infrastructure. Distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, leaders of civil societies, development partners, fellow women leaders, ladies and gentlemen, it is an immense honor to stand before you today at this very important gathering, Africa Women Forum 2025, under the theme, From Policy to Action, Accelerating Women's Leadership in Africa. I take this early opportunity to bring to you fraternal greetings from the United Democratic Alliance, UDA, and more significantly, from the millions of resilient and visionary women across Kenya who stand in solidarity with their counterparts across Africa and the Global South in unapologetically reclaiming their voices by occupying strategic space and asserting their rightful place in the leadership despite the persistent political, economic, and social barriers that continue to undermine the full realization of their potential. This forum is not just a meeting. It is a movement, a call to push past declarations and move into definitive action, guided by purpose, policy, and political will. We are gathered here today not to walk away from this forum with jotted paper notes, but to walk away with decisions and a common voice. African women are getting impatient with declarations. They are demanding actions that accelerate women's leadership, not next year, not in the next election cycle, but now. The ratio of women to men today in Africa stands at 1:1, with slightly fewer men than women. We are farmers, caregivers, entrepreneurs, activists, educators, professionals, politicians, and nation builders. Yet our representation in political leadership, decision-making institutions, and governance processes remain disproportionately low. We are muted not because women lack ambition, competence, or vision, but because systems have not sufficiently evolved to support our full inclusion. Patriarchal structures, cultural prejudices, political gatekeeping, violence against women in politics, and under-resourced institutions continue to suppress women's potential. It is time to shift, time to transform policy into live reality, time to dismantle barriers and accelerate women's leadership across every tier of government. Policy must be more than ink on paper. In Africa, we don't have shortage of policies, regulations, and laws. To catalyze change, we need a deliberate, structured, and inclusive methodology to strengthen the legal and policy environment. Firstly, we need to align our national constitutions with gender parity standards, commit beyond speeches and rhetoric to implement binding quotas in political parties, electoral laws, and public appointments. I call upon you to remain vigilant in ensuring that enforcement agencies actively penalize violations of women's political rights, including electoral violence and discrimination. Secondly, we need to allocate adequate public resources to women's political education, ideological orientation, and mentorship initiatives. This will help build a cadre of women who are politically conscious, ideologically grounded, and action-oriented, capable of advancing women's agency. It is also imperative to agitate for the empowerment of the electoral bodies and other actors to provide support mechanisms for women candidates, especially in rural and underserved areas. Thirdly, we need to establish gender monitoring dashboards to track political participation at local, national, and regional levels and require political parties to submit gender compliance reports at a condition for public funding or electoral accreditation. This methodology ensures that policy is not merely aspirational but operational. If indeed we are to move from policy to action, we must confront and overcome the entrenched barriers to women's participation in various facets of human endeavors, which include political barriers, social barriers, and structural barriers. To an epoch when women used to shoulder the heavy twin burden of domestic work and public service or business ventures must be reduced through support systems like affordable childcare, flexible working policies, and state-funded caregiving programs. It's worth noting that Africa cannot afford to act in silos. We must create a Pan-African women's political action network, a regional movement that shares knowledge and policy innovations across borders, hosts regional mentorship hubs and leadership incubators, builds cross-party solidarity among women leaders, and advocates collectively at the African Union and RECs for change of legal regimes to align with gender parity and women's cause. The time is ripe for us women to transform solidarity into strategy and strategy into sovereign action. We must confront the national and regional challenges head-on. Insecurity and conflict that disproportionately affect women mobility and safety in politics, economic inequality that deprioritizes women's candidacy, digital exclusion, where lack of access to digital tools stifles our organization and advocacy strength, and digital divide continues to widen among women in rural areas. Despite the inherent challenges, there exists a window of opportunity that must be seized, scaled, and sustained. From the rise of youthful and digital-savvy electorate hungry for gender justice to continental commitments like Agenda 2063 and the Maputo Protocol, and increasing visibility of women heads of state, governors, elected members of assemblies, party leaders, and civil society champions. In conclusion, no democracy is complete without the full, free, and fair participation of women. From the village elders to the cabinet, from the ballot box to the presidency, women must lead, not in shadows of men, but shoulder to shoulder. We are not asking for power. We are claiming our rightful share of it. Let us leave this forum not just inspired, but mobilized. The future of Africa will not be written for women. It will be written by women who dare to lead, disrupt, and transform. From policy to action, from boardrooms to grassroots. The time is now. Let us rise as one. For when Africa women lead, Africa moves forward. Thank you. Asanteni sana. Okay, that is a powerful speech from our party chairperson, Her Excellency Madam Cecily Mbarire. And I told you I'm Cecilia Ngitit from Turkana County. Those of you who know Turkana, Turkana is one of the poorest county. Turkana is one of the county that makes headlines for wrong reasons. But of late, we are changing our story. Just to share with you a little bit of my story because of time, as young as I am, it was not easy to be elected. As a woman, as you see, it was not easy to be elected. In our society, if the woman representative seat was free for vying by anyone, the Turkana people would have elected a man as their woman representative. Yeah, it is that serious. But this seat being an affirmative seat, that is the only reason we are having women in parliament. Were it not for that, many communities in Kenya would have elected men as their women representative. But again, here is the question. Statistics show that women are more than men in Kenya. So what is the problem? What is the problem? Will I be wrong to say we are the problem? Because we have the numbers, we have the will, it's just a matter of accepting, having a meeting with ourselves that indeed we are the people to change the narrative. As our moderator was putting it, that we are changing the narrative. I want to tell the Kenyan woman, the African woman, you are the person to change the narrative. Most of you here are great women. Before I came here, I used to be a small girl looking up to Wangare Maathai, great women of this country, Mother Karua, name them, Charity Ngilu, you know. So all of us, people are looking up to us. And we are the ceiling breakers. I thank God for people like Cecily Mbarire, Anne Waiguru, Gladys Wanga, those women governors of this country. You know, even in the ratings, they are the best. They are the best. This gives our society a second thought that indeed, if we want to change our country, let us elect women as governors. And I want to report to you, in the National Assembly where I sit, most of women are going for governorship seats in the coming general elections. And you as truly here will be going for the governor seat in 2032. You know, we have to dream, but we have to be realistic with our dreams. Yeah? So we don't have really to say, you know, I'm from the African Women Forum, I have to go and fight for presidency today, when you know all odds are against you at the moment. So you have to gather your momentum, you have to gather more knowledge, make sure time is ripe for you, then you go for it. And fortune will give it to you. And of course, God loves women. Thank you very much.
Wow. She needs a very big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. What a wonderful, wonderful two pairs of words. From Honorable Cecily Mbarire, we have learned something. The future for Africa will not be written for women, but by women. You are the women. So clap for yourselves. Thank you so much, Honorable Cecilia Ngitit, and we wish you well in your journey. And I love that you've said that you have to have a strategy, don't you? You can't just operate. And women are great at creating strategies, plans, and we move accordingly, checking the temperatures. So it's beginning to be such an amazing day. I can already see great conversations coming out from this room. Ladies and gentlemen, our next keynote speaker has been at the forefront of the European Union's mission in Kenya, as well as its representation to UNEP and UN Habitat, promoting partnerships for sustainable development, democracy, and gender equality. It is my utmost honor to invite Her Excellency Henrietta Guerriere, the Ambassador of the European Union, to come up and share her keynote speech. A round of applause for her.
Good morning. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. For me, it is always very special when I speak to a group of women. I speak many times a day, but not very often on the issue of gender and gender equality. So for me, that the European Union is financing this and promoting networking and working together is really something that is very close to my heart. And since I came here to Kenya 4 years ago, I have been promoting gender equality. In my previous job, I was responsible also for gender equality across the globe. So I know very well where we are in this world on gender equality. And the numbers are not pretty, I can tell you. And in the last couple of years, actually, we're fighting against backsliding. Those who are involved in the Beijing process, the UN process for gender equality will see that things are not going our way. And as the previous speaker has said, power is not given, power is taken, power is never given. So it is today more important than ever to come together and strategize and fight for the space. Not only to get more, but even to keep the space that we have. And many times we got together between diplomats, also from Europe, and women in the activist space here. And I just recall that a Spanish ambassador was telling an audience the other day that, you know, it's a miracle that I'm here because I was not allowed to join the diplomatic service a few years ago. So until a few years ago, no women were allowed in the diplomatic service of Spain. Very few people know that in Switzerland, women were only allowed to vote a few years ago. Or that in Germany, which is always portraying itself as so advanced, women couldn't work outside of the house without a written consent of the husband. So I'm just putting that here because we don't want to pretend that everything is good in the rest of the world, and only here on this continent we're struggling. We're struggling all over the world in different spaces. And I will not talk too much about Europe. In some countries, we are better than in other countries, but we are not where we should be. The European Union has prescribed itself an equal action agenda. So we have quotas, and in the European Union also we have more and more women in leadership positions. So this is, as the previous speaker said, these are also powerful messages. And I know my country is Germany. And I remember something that was written in the newspaper the other day. You know, Germany had a female chancellor for 16 years. Angela Merkel was her name. And a boy was asking his father during that time, "Daddy, can also a boy become president?" Yeah. That shows how with somebody, a powerful woman who's doing a good job, how the narrative can change. Especially in Africa, which is such a young continent. If you manage to change the narrative in school or in the families, you will have a changed society in a few years. Here in Kenya, the average age is 19. So you see how quickly a narrative can change in a young society. I know Kenya best in Africa, so I will speak mostly about Kenya. You will pardon me about that. The previous speaker talked about the female governors. And indeed, there are 7 of 47 governors are female. And as EU, we have been accompanying them throughout the process. And I said, we have to make sure that those 7 are the best performers, because that shows that women can hold their space and actually outperform men. Now we are at 6. One female governor was impeached, so we are only 6. But as the previous speaker said, those who are there are trailblazers and do a really good job. But in the last elections here in 22, we had a big observer mission, and that mission made recommendations. And it saw in the recommendations that the female participation is one of the obstacles here to elections and democratic development. And why? There is systematic obstacles being built up against women to run. First of all, and I'm speaking about Kenya, it's the campaign financing. So you need millions here to run because you have to give handouts and you have to do all kinds of things. And in the run-up to elections, I spoke to many women who said, we are being pushed out. So, and parties are not always favoring women. There are men's clubs, at least here in Kenya and in other countries that I know, men's clubs. So the women and even sitting governors, female governors, they told me the party meetings happened at night, and we are not allowed to go out at night. And in the morning, we were presented with the results. Yeah, we agreed last night. Then women who were vying for a very good seat, they were told, please go away. We need the seat for Mr. X, who has more promise. So there were many things that prevented women from even stepping up and stepping out. And I'm not even talking about sexual harassment, which here in Kenya was very prevalent in last elections, that rumors were circulated about women who were running, and both in the social media and cyberspace, but also publicly in events. And many women got very intimidated by that, obviously. But I don't only want to talk about women who are already in the political space, because politically engaged women don't grow on trees. They have to be nurtured. So there has to be a goldfish pond of young women leading up to that. And here in Kenya, the previous speaker also talked about the digital divide that is growing. So if women are not careful, they are losing out the gains they achieved by the widening digital divide between men and women. But the key problem here is scholarity. Scholarity, you may think, yeah, there are now more women in university than men. There are places in Kenya here where the scholarity of girls is 2%. 2%. So I'm just saying this because the obstacles to get to where you can stand are still big. Kenya has the 3rd highest teenage pregnancy rate in the world. So there are many points where girls are dropping out and they never reach the space where they can be somewhere. The EU has, of course, done quite a bit here in Kenya to counter that. We had, for example, the Miss President reality show. And that show was seen by millions of Kenyans every week. So that was a TV reality show where young women were competing against others in presidential categories. And the winners were voted by the audience. And I can say that several of those participants are sitting now in the national parliament. Yeah, they immediately made it into parliament. Some others were key figures in the last campaign, including the last candidate. So I think we might even have 1 or 2 in the room of the Miss President. I really want to do this program again because it is not only about the women who make it, it's the inspiration. Thousands of girls who sit somewhere and are being diminished, they see that and they think, I can do that also. I can be one day in that space. And this is priceless. This is priceless. So I think we have a lot to do here together. I see here in Kenya that women in politics are being obstaculized. And the latest example is there was an impeachment motion against a women representative, the representative for Nairobi. And then I thought, there are so many people in parliament, members of parliament, who have issues. Why do they go about a woman? Why? So this is speaking to the fact that I think as long as we don't have as many bad women in public office as we have bad men, we cannot talk about equality. So women in a space, they have to be double or triple as good as a man. Why? So I think we have to think about these things and also bring them out. There are, of course, too many gender norms that are still floating around in the society, and they then become activated in the political space. So I just remember one of the national surveys here in Kenya where women actually said, the majority of women questioned, they said it was okay to be beaten if they come home late or they burn the food. So as long as we have that sort of self-censoring and the narrative that women are in the inferior position and they deserve and they can be beaten or abused, then we have a long way to go. But this doesn't mean that we shouldn't fight, and each one of us holding their space, we are true trailblazers. So I really hope that you support each other in the countries, but also across the countries, because what I have seen is that what is a weakness in the women's movement is that we are not networking enough. The guys have traditionally their networks always, and they invest so much time in it. And I even see that here with sitting ministers. The women, they do their job. The guys network. So I think we have to look at tactics also. Not only strategy, but also tactics. Because we still live in a man's world and power is not given. Thank you very much. The European Union will stay in the space to fight for gender equality, especially in the political space. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We appreciate that inspirational speech, and we have to agree that we must network more. I think we are so used as women to doing things on our own, and we're so used to getting things done the way we know how to get them done that we don't often know or want to ask for help. Is this true, ladies? I mean, we have to accept this is by nature. We have been brought up, especially in the African way, to do everything. You have to do it yourself. You're the one who knows. But we must change that mindset. Speaking as a person who needs those lessons, even as I turn 50 years, I know that I need to work that hard. Oh, you're wondering, yes, I'm turning 50 next year. It's good genes and drinking my water and minding my business. Ladies and gentlemen, we are off to a great start. And I know there's so much more that's going to come out of this room. We have amazing panels that we have prepared for you that have diverse insights and good conversations so that we can now bridge into action, because that is what we're here to do. So right now, I'm going to allow us to take a health break. We're going to go for a health break. It is now just about 25 minutes. Is it 20 past? Almost, yeah. 20 past 10. So we're going to take a 20-minute health break so that we can come back refreshed and energized for the next half of the morning. In that session, we're going to do 2 panels, and I'll be directing you how we will do them, as well as watch that video we anticipate from the UN Women. So ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick break. Let us be sure to be back here at 11:15. Thank you so much. Please head out to your left. When you come out of this room, it's to your left so that you can go and have some teas and refreshments. The washrooms are also to my left. Thank you very much. It's from policy to action, bringing the gap between gender equality laws and women's political leadership in Africa. Just a reminder, we are going to continue posting and sharing online, and if you do so, the hashtag to use is Africa Women's Forum. Now, across the continent, we have seen progress in enacting gender-sensitive laws and frameworks, but the true challenge lies in implementation, ensuring that these policies translate into real opportunities for women to lead, contest, and shape decision-making at entry level. So we have an amazing panel that's here with us this morning to take us through this discussion. We are honored to have with us a woman who is widely recognized for her pivotal role in embedding affirmative action into Uganda's constitutional framework. I was chatting with her earlier and she just let me know that she was one of the first African women to be awarded as the top 100 heroines at the UN in New York, only after 12 years of being in the public scene in 1989. Yes. Some of you, I don't know if you were born yet, but she was pushing for women even then, and she's really, really amazing to speak to. I can't wait to have her here. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the former Minister of Ethics and Integrity in Uganda, Honorable Maria Matebe. And you know the drill, you keep clapping until she gets here. She's a legend. Don't get tired. Welcome, Madam Matembe. You can sit next to me here. Is the dance. Oh, we will do that next time. We will, yeah, you can sit here next to me. Yes, fantastic. Joining us as well is a presidential advisor on the women's rights in Kenya, who has been at the forefront of shaping constitutional reforms and advancing women's representation. Welcome, Miss Caroline Karimi. A round of applause for her. Yes, let's keep the excitement going. Let's keep the excitement going. Welcome. We are also welcoming a trailblazer championing the voice of young women in politics and leadership in Tanzania. She is the National Secretary General of the CCM Youth League. Welcome, karibu sana, Jokate Mwegelo. Ah, you have to clap better than that. She's young and she's in this scene. Clap, clap, clap. And last but not least, we are joined by the head of the presidential campaign at the WYDE Patriotic Front and former East African Legislative Assembly representative, Honorable Abubakar Zain, bringing insights from political party leadership and campaign strategy. Welcome. It's lovely to have you here, and at least I have engaged with all of you this morning, so I'm excited to see how this conversation goes this morning. And just a reminder to everybody, as we have this conversation, because we are going to take a moment to go into a plenary, kindly do take a moment to check your screens if we can just project. We will be taking your questions on Mentimeter, so you can just scan and put in your questions. Remember to include your name and the country you represent, so that when we come to the plenary, we will be able to answer your questions and ask them to the panel to answer. So please take your phones, go to your cameras, scan, and let us at least be able to ask the questions. It's a faster way to make sure that we hear you right and you type them out in a way that we can all understand. Remember to add your names at the end of that. Right, so let's get into it. Honorable Matembe, as the architect of Uganda's constitutional provisions, you were very instrumental in establishing affirmative action. And just speaking to you, you were not even just pushing for Uganda's agenda, but you were pushing for women overall. And that's the conversation we've had. What actionable legal and party framework strategies can be implemented to transform the affirmative action frameworks that we have where we have reserved positions to empower women to contest and with direct elective positions, and thereby move from token representation to substantive leadership? What would you say would be those actionable frameworks? Is it on? Let me see.
Hello.
There you go, it's on.
Hello. Thank you very much, our dear moderator.
Yes.
Before I dive into that question, I would like to, I recognize the protocol.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to thank the Lord for bringing me, after a long time, to this country, Kenya, where I used to be like I was part of the Kenyan women. With all the great women you know in this country of my age, who are few, and how we used to mobilize, and oh my God, it was great. So for a long time, I haven't been here because I'm senior and retired. But when Emma invited me, I said, hey, how has she located me to find me here? So I'm so glad to be here. I call myself a daughter of the African women's movement because we found our mothers. And you told me that one of them recently passed away.
Phoebe CEO.
So that group, some of them, the ones I mentored are still like Martha Karua, like Martha Kome, like Njoki Ndongo, they are still there. Huh? So we had mothers, and me, I'm a daughter. I'm not a mother of the African women's movement. I am a daughter. Those were mothers. Now I have also my own, what do I call you, Winnie? Now I'm a mother. Currently, actually, I thank the Lord. I've been elevated to be now a mother. No, I'm not a mother. The other grandmother. I'm a mother, but I've mentored. I'm glad that we have the daughters and the granddaughters right now. I haven't associated
Clap
with
for
such
yourselves.
a group for a long time. And so I'm so thankful that I've been given opportunity to be here with you, to share my mind, which I've been sharing in Uganda. Now it has come here, and you are all together. I want first to thank the Sise, the member of parliament who stood here and talked. She put aside the speech and powered her mind. Yes. And her mind was exactly like my mind. You clap for her. And I want to say at our time, long ago, when we were having coffee, breakfast in the morning, I told people that, where I got this vibe which was burning in me all my life was the 1985 International Women's Conference in Kenya. Then they say, what? Because they were all not born. They couldn't even remember that the first African international conference was held in Kenya in 1985, and in Uganda we are doing this hearing what is going on there, and that's where when our government was overthrown, and even those delegates never came back. But for us, we received the beginning, and we went fiery.
The Kenyans.
Hey, I got the question.
Yeah, now we are going to the question. Now let me repeat the question.
Do you see now? I shouldn't have been invited here because all those years I go straight to the question. Now, let's go to the question.
Now let's go to the question. Thank you. So what actionable legal...
you have
it.
You're ready. I still don't know the question.
Good.
And I want to say, we talked. That time, women were not on the public platform. We got you there. We got the policies there, like affirmative action, that all the laws are like in Uganda. We don't expect you to be crying. They cry. We were crying. So the question is why? Why should you cry when we got you there? The affirmative action put you there, and you have flourished, you are there, and then you are crying. So I want to say, it is not about what strategies you make in the affirmative action. I have listed them here. This affirmative action, we got you there, we expected you to participate effectively, to influence the governance agenda and make it responsive for women's concerns, interests, and all their affairs. That's what we had wanted. Influence the governance agenda and make it responsive for our interests and concern. But now, you are still crying, so that means affirmative action. You can't imagine, you may say that affirmative action did not work. But I want to say here, but I have pressure, I want to say that it is no doubt, there is no doubt that affirmative action is the most effective strategy that brought women, even in Europe, everywhere in Africa, to the public platform, especially in the political governance agenda. And women are there. Because I'm conflicted, I will be talking here and there, but I will deliver the message. The women in Uganda, let me tell you, through that affirmative action and other laws and whatever, in Uganda right now, when I went on the public platform, no woman member of parliament, no woman politician, but right now, what percentage? Is it 34% of women are in parliament? And let me tell you, out of 7 top government leaders in Uganda, out of 7, 5 are women. Eh? You clap. What is the impact? Vice President, Prime Minister, First Deputy Prime Minister, whatever, Speaker, they are all there. The judges are there. Everybody is there. And yet, crying. High levels. Let me tell you, they are at we fought that they get at the table through affirmative action, but instead they are on the table like a menu, not sitting at a table.
Wow.
There's a difference between being a menu at the table, having power without power to influence the situation.
Yes.
How are we going to get this power? Through the affirmative action. Since you are chasing me.
Yes, please.
So
we must move.
I want to say that placing, let me read my point and finish. I want to say that placing women in positions of leadership without dismantling the existing patriarchal, social and political structures and systems that had constrained women in the first place, and it is still doing, will not achieve much. It is not a problem with it. So what we need now is the strategy we used. Massive gender sensitization, conscientization, and mobilization of the people about the importance of value, about the value of a woman to humankind. They have forgotten. That's what we used to do, go around and tell people, and that's how women got up there in Uganda, mobilize, educate. They have forgotten because people have reached there, these current women have reached there, the arrival mentality, you know, arrival mentality, complacency. They are there. They found things they already fought for. Now they need to revise their strategies in fighting. So number 2, the laws establishing quotas to address gender imbalance must be carefully worded to avoid interpretations that may detrimental to the interest of intended beneficiaries. You see, for us in Uganda, when affirmative action came, it came like it didn't come from us as people. The request should come from the beneficiaries. That's why now, currently in Uganda, affirmative action is used to capture women and patronize them into structured institutions and deny them the ability and capacity to challenge the government. That's what has happened. So when you are looking at your affirmative action, the strategy to improve it, please be the ones to initiate what should be done and get involved and make sure that the laws do it and make sure that you get the institutions which is responsible for its implementation and make sure that the quota system is demand driven by those beneficiaries who put it there. Otherwise, when it is left to the leadership, like in Uganda, women are captured and they are not doing anything. Wow. And since I may be shut down,
yes,
I want to say,
I want to jump to the next person.
That one major thing that is a difference between we, the historical women's movement, and you, is what is it that was driving us to the platform. We were driven by the passion to change the situation, to fight for gender equality and women's empowerment, to get women be treated as full human beings in their own right. But what drives you now in the midst of unconducive political environment, what drives you? You have become like the men. You are driven by self-centeredness. You want power to use it for self-aggrandizement. The ethical values have broken down. No moral values, no ethical whatever. You are just there getting there and being like anybody person. You have lost it. Rise up and pick ethics and ethical values. and courage to challenge the government. Get courage and challenge the government and talk. If you are to die, you die. If they chase you from the job, they chase you. Otherwise, don't come here and continue lamenting. We finished what we did. Act.
Wow, a round of applause, Honorable Matembe. Powerful, powerful. And you know, you can just tell that she's so passionate because she's like, we can't have cried and fought and you do nothing. Now when you are there, you're still crying. Why are you crying? Good question. So I'm going to come to you, Caroline. You know, you've likely engaged in that constitutional amendment, especially in Kenya, for the implementation of the 2/3 gender rule. Okay, you advised, I'm sure you were part of that process. So from your experience in that process, there must be some legal strategies, because even as Honorable Matembe has mentioned, there has to be some institutional partnership, you know, from the judiciary, the civil society, political parties. What are those things that are critical to ensure that those constitutional reforms do more than just pass and actually are activated to tangible women representation and growth? Yeah? Oh, there's no mic on your chair? Okay. There should be one. Right. Yeah, sorry, just put it on.
Problem of long skirts. I didn't even notice it. So I think it is difficult to speak after Waziri here. Very passionate appeal, and you can hear some of the strategies that she's talking about. I think when we talk about how do we get more women, legally we're talking about numbers. It is just numbers. That's why you have the not more than 2/3 gender rule. It is a ratio. It's mathematics. So when you're talking about how many women do we get legally, first we begin by understanding the laws are there.
The law exists.
The law
they fought for it.
Exists. They fought for it. We shouldn't go back to start thinking about what is that we don't have law. We actually have the law. So when you're talking about how do you breathe life, because a law is a statute, it's a paper.
Right.
But there is a progression beyond there. You now need to breathe life into that paper for it to be able to give you what you intended to achieve. And I think when you talk about how do we get more women to sit in the right places, how do we get them there? We know women are elected into these positions. And you have to look back and think, how do women get elected? And the first thing that comes to mind is the political parties, because nobody can leave their house and walk into a podium and ask for votes without you going through the political parties for registration. And we know there are all these legal requirements in the political parties for women to get in. And just to move forward to where you're talking about strategic partnerships, who do we work with? The Registrar for Political Parties has had an opportunity to sit with the advisor. But I sit here on behalf of Honorable Harriet Chigai, who's the advisor to the President on Women's Rights. And we had very good discussions, and they were telling us, why is it that we don't have enough women being the flag bearers for parties? Because for you to be elected, you need to be a flag bearer. So we need to look at how do we get these political parties registrar to get the parties to front more women candidates. And I liked what Henrietta talked about, the strongholds. How do we get women into the strongholds? So looking at the regulations that we have within the political parties, one of the strategies we need to think about is the registrar must ensure that political parties comply, breathing life into those regulations. So compliance meaning they have to get enough women to be voted in, and to be voted in into strongholds. Because one of the things we don't talk about is when women get into political parties, they're not given the strongholds. So chances of them even winning is very difficult. So sanctions to political parties that do not comply in getting women into getting voted. The other thing we need to think about is quotas. So what happens if we go to elections and we don't have enough women who have gotten voted in? As a strategy, we need to think about how do we up those numbers. And we have countries that are working with quotas. We have a good example is Rwanda, which doesn't use the first past the post. You know, there's that principle of first past the post. And now moving in to more representative strategies. So upscaling the number of women who can be who get into these seats. The other thing is we need to think about is when we are developing policies, and I think Waziri here has mentioned the language that we use. Before the 2010 Constitution, it was gender-neutral language. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 brought in the gender language and gave very express provisions for women. So as we are developing policies, because you have law and you have policies, as you're developing policies, we must ensure that they are very gender stringent so that we are actually ring-fencing the posts that belong to women. And the other thing we also need to be very keen about is we have our courts, the judiciary. They interpret the law. And we have civil society, which is very critical now, because you know political willpower can sometimes fail, and it has failed many times. Because you have a constitution, we know about appointive positions, but we don't get women appointed into the right positions. So the civil society plays a very good strategy. And you have had FIDA and CREW here in Kenya doing the public interest litigation to say that, for example, the Sugar Board case, you have appointed the board, but out of those, in that board, how many are women? You did not comply, and they go to court. So how fast does judiciary process those cases? How good are their judgments? Because those judgments now inform the path ahead. So judiciary is also a very critical player when it comes to this. And we even had the controversial Maraga advisory, where Maraga was saying parliament needs to be dissolved because it has failed to deliver for the women. So we need a bold judiciary that can be able to deliver that. And judiciary has been doing very well. And speaking of judiciary, when we come to numbers in judiciary, I think the Kenyan judiciary is doing very well when it comes to that. So the legal strategies just go beyond the paper, they go beyond the institutions, they even go back to the citizenry. How proactive is Mwananchi, the citizenry? Is Mwananchi making noise? And she has spoken about the women who walked ahead of us. Now, if these women did not do that, if the Pora Kitonis, the Nyiva Mwendas did not move out of their comfort and go and fight and say, this is what we want to see in our legal structure, we would not be there. So the challenge that she's giving to us is, it was done for us, but why did not pick it from there?
Right. And just to pick on that, thank you so much, Karimi. I think I'd go to Jo Kate, because she's the young person here. It's no secret that young women in Africa are still being marginalized from political decision making. So as a young woman, Jo Kate, who has had an opportunity to influence policy decisions, what policy measures then should political parties put in place to support young women moving from the periphery to actually elected office? What are some of the things you wish were being done?
Thank you. Kenya, mambo vipi?
Mambo sawa. Ama mko sawa.
So I'm from Tanzania, and as introduced, Jo Kate Urban Mwegelo, former National Secretary General of the Youth League of Chama cha Mapinduzi. And I must say, I did have the opportunity to influence a couple of policies in decision making, and I must say that my story is still an exception and not the norm. Across the continent, a lot of young women still face hindrances that inhibit them to fully participating in decision-making bodies. To just take myself as an example, only 2 years ago, I became the first Secretary General of the Youth League, a woman, the first woman Secretary General of the Youth League since its inception in 1978. So that itself says a lot. It says a lot. And I used the opportunity to advocate for policies and spaces within the party to get as many young women and just young men to be nominated by the party to be the flag bearers in this year's general election. And we've done a great job, I believe. We have a great representation of young men and women in that space. So I feel like to change this reality, political parties have to move beyond rhetoric and implement concrete policies and measures that create genuine pathways for young women to move from the periphery to the center of political party. And here, I do acknowledge that there are political parties that have made strides and done well. Back home, we have CCM, the party that I come from, and ACT Wazalendo, where the party leaders are women.
Let's clap for them.
Yeah, the party leaders are women, and for our party, she's also vying for presidency this year. And Dorothy, you too will vie for presidency. Yeah, and I believe having women as party leaders, they are able to also continue to advocate for this generation to get a seat on the table and have a greater representation of women in different decision-making bodies, especially the councils and the parliament. So the policy measures that I think can help young women move from the periphery and to enter the center of political power, and with some examples from across the continent include, which has been done, the institutionalized gender and youth quotas. I think this is key to do away with gatekeepers. A lot of young women, and we've seen examples been mentioned here, have been able to gain speed because of affirmative action through quotas. However, it is important to note that quotas are not the ceiling. They are the floor, a starting point and not the destination. That these are opportunities to help us enter spaces, but once we enter these spaces, now we have to make sure we also fight the fight that needs to be fought and create more space and more room for upcoming politicians, especially the young girls, to also fill these spaces. Because we've had instances where, through quotas, women cling onto power through special seats. They've been on special seats for more than 20 years and locking doors for upcoming young women. So, as much as quotas have been helpful, more seasoned women, I don't want to use older women, more seasoned women. You don't mind being old. It's a compliment, but I love seasoned because Africans, we have herbs and we use it to season all the things that we eat and we enjoy. So the more seasoned women to, make way for younger generations to use these quotas and gain experience. And most of them also use this to gain the networks that they need to forge their political careers. But also, I truly believe in investing in leadership and capacity building. And
if you are going to clap, clap.
Yeah. This is important. This is imperative because in here I want to give a huge shout out to KISS. I keep on confusing. Today I hear KIC.
Yeah, KIC.
I call it KIC. Yeah. So KIC, we work together on a workshop to see how we can improve not only the quantity, but also the quality of representation of young women and young people in different decision body making.
That's very important.
But also they have a program where they take young people and they rotate across Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya, and they offer them the exposure, but also they help them craft agenda, because we don't just want people warming these benches, warming these seats. We actually want them to occupy these spaces and have meaningful representation. And they can only do that once they have the capacity and they have the right tools that help them formulate agenda. They have to go with an agenda. So KIC has been very monumental in this area, and please let's give them a round of applause because it's quite notable. But also, something else that's important is to ensure equitable access to resources. Political parties should be able to provide financial support to young women candidates who often lack campaign funds. I am one who believes that political inclusion is mostly a function of economic inclusion. You cannot separate the two. And most women have faced a roadblock to fully participating, even wanting to participate, wanting to, to run for office because they lack the funds. And the representative from the EU mentioned here that men are good at networking. And through their networks, they're able to even give each other funds, you know, open doors. And they gain the momentum to actually have something substantial to help them run meaningful campaigns. But with women staying at home, being ourselves, being isolated, and then just coming out of nowhere wanting to run for campaigns. So I feel we really need to see how we can have funds that help young women to be able to campaign, but also create self and inclusive political environments. And here, I want to say that back in Tanzania, from last year with the changes of laws that we made, it is now a prerequisite to have a gender desk. Nice. Each political party is mandated to have a gender desk so that these issues now have a more formal and institutionalized manner to be addressed and actioned. But also, we have a penal code of violence against women in elections. A lot of women fear because there's gender-based violence, but there's violence in elections. You know, there are issues of fearing to be vilified in the public. But again, to underscore what the lady before me said, it's important to know that laws without enforcement are like keys to doors that never open. But also with this, let's keep on celebrating and normalizing young women's leadership. The more we celebrate and normalize young women's leadership, the more people feel comfortable, because there's this thing of being uncomfortable with women leaders. You know, having someone like minister there, it's a bit, you know, when you come, you're powerful. Yeah. It's intimidating. So if we normalize, I feel like it can help. But also leveraging technology and digital platforms. Use social media as we are using today through our hashtag African Women's Forum. Let's use social media and digital tools, provide digital training and resources for online campaigning and civic engagement, but also, most importantly, let's combat online cyberbullying and vilification. I shared this before. I was personally a victim of online shame. And unfortunately, this was done by women. A point of self-reflection. Are women
our own worst enemy?
Our worst enemy? No, I don't want to believe that. But there are instances that we have become our own worst enemies. So let's support each other intentionally. But also let's see how we can combat online cyberbullying, because for young girls, social media is very overwhelming in itself. And once they face cyberbullying, it makes them rethink if that's a space they want to enter, because they don't want to be attacked. But also with social media, if one is able to profile themselves through the digital platforms, it gives them different avenues that can help enhance their political journeys. So for me, I feel like these are areas that we need to focus on to ensure that the young people, I see a lot of young people, raise of hands of all the young women in here in the house. Are you ready to capture these spaces? Yeah, as Madam Representative from the EU said, power is never given, it is taken. Let us take the power that we deserve.
Thank you so much, Jokate. A round of applause for her. You can pass the microphone. In this discussion, I will do my first round of questions, and I will be hoping that you can also add comments wherever you feel. So coming to you, Honorable Zain, as you lead the presidential campaign in the WYDE Patriotic Front, definitely it's no secret. You need women. You will need them to offer leadership and support. So how then can political campaigns in practice counteract cultural, because we've heard them, structural biases as well, to ensure women are not only included but also empowered? Because I think it also matters that the party structures it in a way that it is making it easy for women to participate and hold those senior positions. So as you represent a political party, are there structures that you've put in place, and how is that going to help the women?
Thank you very much, distinguished participants. So I'll try and build on what I've had so far, but I would like to approach it in two ways. talk about general principles and then speak to specifics in terms of the leader and the party that I represent, if that's okay.
Yes.
So let me start by saying that I heard this morning that the women of Kenya are the majority of our people. I would like to affirm that and say it's not only the women in Kenya who are more than 51.6% of our population, but the majority of our people are young people. So you cannot have any revolution, any transformation, any radical change from oppressive structures if the majority of the people are not involved. So that's the first principle, that we should never accept that the majority of our people are not involved in transformation. The second point, which is linked to this first point, is that if you look at transitional and transformational moments in the whole of the East African region, and in Kenya in particular, every time we made radical change or we managed to dent a blow on oppressive structures, it is when the youth and women have been involved in those struggles. So independence struggle, without women and youth, we will not have independence in Kenya. Reintroduction of multipartyism, same. The adoption of the 2010 Constitution, same. So one of the things that I think we must concentrate on is to look back at those struggles and say, what is it that we can learn from them? What can we learn from them? The third point I wanted to make is that if you look at our weakest constitutional chapter in Kenya, our weakest is a transitional chapter, right? And that tells you the problem in terms of saying, how can we now mobilize to bring true change? Making of the Constitution is one great agenda. But the even more important agenda is how to build the Constitution. What do we mean by building the Constitution? Putting in place transformative institutional frameworks. Putting in place implementation strategies that are fail-safe. So I'll give you two examples. One is that from 2010 to this coming election, we've had 3 electoral cycles. And in those 3 electoral cycles, we have not managed to implement the lower requirement, constitutional requirement, that all elective and appointive position shall not be more than 2/3 of the same gender. So we have 3 cycles of elections. And I would like to add to what my sister said. It's not about Justice Maraga's
Maybe
panel.
you can raise your microphone so to
Yeah, Justice Maraga's panel, by declaring that the constitution of the parliament, both the National Assembly and Senate, is unconstitutional. That is an order waiting to be implemented. That the president should dissolve parliament. That's what our constitution says. So we need to raise the bar. We need to set the agenda higher. Now, we shouldn't wait to 2027. We should be litigating. And I know there are about 3 or 4 cases which have been consolidated on this question. But we should demand, if you make a finding that a national institution like parliament is unconstitutional, now we should demand more by saying an unconstitutional body cannot create constitutional laws. Absolutely not. You have been said you are unconstitutional, void. How can you then say you can make laws? You can't make laws. So we must demand more. Let me make 3 more points. One concerning the East African region. You heard this morning people repeating, and I know this will not be taken up. I know from experience that there is clawing back, there is backsliding of democratic principles, and there is a trajectory of authoritarianism in the East African region. Violation of human rights. Okay? We demand, and I'm happy to be a champion of women justice and women rights. We demand that we must participate in pushing back those who want to take us backwards to the old days of undemocratic principles and rampant violation of human rights. So if that becomes part of your agenda, it is becoming the people's agenda. Women must also be associated with the rights of the people. They campaign for change to benefit the people. And in doing that, I challenge you again, we must have a minimum charter demanding for certain rights that cannot be violated. And you must demand all presidential candidates and all political parties should sign that charter way before we go to the elections. Now let me go to the specifics. I know you're pressed for time. Yes. Now, for specifics, my leader, Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka and the WYDE Party have demonstrated this with action. So we are now involved in the coalition building process, bringing together progressive parties who are demanding change for Kenya. We have 70% of the representative in that negotiation process led by women. 70%.
Applause, a round of applause.
And you can test it, 70%. Secondly, we are now doing what all parties should be doing. We are looking at our all structures, our constitutional frameworks, our philosophy, our values, and there are progressive changes that are aimed to increase participation of women and youth and the people of Kenya, and they will be adopted. We are working hard in the coming National Delegates Congress that will be held in October. This will be tabled, everybody will see for themselves that they'll be tabled. But we must also trust not only women, but the youth. So, for example, the head of communication at the Presidential Campaign Secretariat is a millennial, a woman. The head of protocol is a woman, millennial. So, percentage-wise, in terms of the Secretariat, we have reached the point of 50-50 at the moment. And we are hoping later it will reflect the demography, and I've said the majority of our people are men and women and youth. So let me finish with 2 points. Number one, we must look at the electoral cycle, the whole of it, and intervene at that point. As we speak now, there are 8 pieces of legislation in the Parliament of Kenya that are related directly to elections. This came through the NADCO process, right? 8 pieces of legislation. If we don't keep our eyes on those, if we don't challenge them now, when Parliament say a parliamentary committee is looking at them and women are not making submissions, we are planning to fail. Let me add, I hear somebody talked about campaign financing. Mm-hmm. We have a Campaign Finance Act that sections of it have been declared unconstitutional. We know that the enabling legislation, the regulations, have not been enacted by Parliament in the last 3 elections. So if we go to this election and these large sections of this law is not enforceable, we will still be meeting here today, next year, to talk about campaign financing. Second last is the question of how do we raise resources?
Yes.
And make sure that these resources are available to women. When you talk about these resources, it is important to say, if we learn from people-centered processes, The recent Gen Z revolution in Kenya, they fundraise mainly through crowdsourcing. Mainly through crowdsourcing. And Kenyan people are ready, they have demonstrated this in the past, that they will give money for good causes. So what is the challenge then? Two things: mobilization and organization. We need to invest in skills of mobilizing and organizing. And that leads to citizen agency. Let me finish with the last point. As long as you see, Madam, the law has even tried to put incentives. It says that in the distribution of public resources to parties in terms of performance, there is also gender consideration at 3 different levels, both in terms of nomination, in terms of performance, and in terms of actual policies of affirmative action, affirming principles of justice. That has not even helped political parties. So we must hold political parties accountable. And the excellent point that was made, which is, if you leave it to the parties, you don't challenge them and ask them, what are your policies and what are your practices? They will take their uncompetitive seats and nominate women there. As the honorable member said, we must get parties to also demonstrate they can nominate women in their strongholds.
Yeah.
A luta continua.
From within. Thank you so much. Now, just to piggyback on that, Honorable Matembe, you know, I like what Honorable Zain has said, because some people have argued that when you reserve some seats, we already know I'm going to get this seat because I'm a woman. And then I don't fight very, very hard, you know, sometimes. So some have argued that reserved seats discourage women from contesting directly for elective positions because they're looking for the ones that are easy to acquire. This is true. And over time, of course, it affects their ability to ascend to higher political positions. So what is your take on this? And how then should we balance reserved seats with ambition for higher leadership? How do we balance those two? So that we're not just saying, I'm going to only vie for the one that I know I'm guaranteed to get.
Thank you very much. I thank my colleagues. This has been a wonderful conversation. Somebody who was opening up, I think, I've forgotten, they talked of backlash. As we talk, you must remember that there is a serious backlash on women's advancement. And therefore, you should not accept things which would contribute to make that backlash good. As you have heard, I was one of the engineers in my country of the affirmative action. We had to fight for Kenyans, you people you don't know. For you to get that district seat, oh my God. We even had to tell one time, Moi, who was he? You were president. I remember one time he came to Uganda and he said something. For us in Uganda, you don't say any language that means women. And we were at a conference and he said one. And President Museveni said, is Matembe around? He will deal with you. And then your president said, Matembe na nini, something like that. And people laughed. So, when we brought affirmative action, you need to understand the reason why affirmative action came. Affirmative action came at a time in our, at least continent, when there were no women in public life, public sphere, in parliament, local government, in governance, the secretaries, the whatever. Women were confined to the private space as if we have nothing to offer. And yet people were saying democracy, democracy. If we are the majority and democracy is about to governing things of the majority of people, how can you do the democracy without us? And you decide for us. But at that time, many barriers, like culture especially, culture and customary barriers, the gender ideology, which defines the space and the political and public and confines us to the private. We had to fight through this. And so we couldn't have gone into the public sphere without a special consideration. And this special consideration was brought because of the uniqueness of us, who we are. If we don't go into those public decision-making positions, how will our nation move? And yet the cultures, the laws, all these things were bonding in us and preventing us from going out into public space. So we said there must be a special position to enable us to get out there. It was not meant to be used for training ground so that when you learn you get off for something or you go to a better place. It was created to open the eyes of the public, both men and women, about what women can do at the decision-making level. So that's why we put, at least give us a position there. The whole idea was, if I go there in that position and I do what people don't know we can do in public, then both men and women would see and they would learn that there is no difference between a man and a woman in terms of doing what they are meant to do. And so women will be inspired also to go there. If Matembe can do that and say this, why not me? So that would inspire them to also get into public space to contest. Secondly, it would motivate the public, both men and women, to say, hey, so women can also do this. Women can also talk. Women can so, why not us give them votes? Why not us select them? So it was meant to inspire and fire up the women to get into position because their eyes are opened, and also the public to be able to support these women to know what they were missing. And I want to tell you an example. When you are saying that you get out, you serve certain time, you leave it for the senior, for the young ones. Being in a position does not stop the young ones also being inspired by you to get into that position. I am telling you, my example which we can support is when I went to parliament from my district, in my constituency. I was one woman out of 10 men. After 5 years, when Byanyima came, the first round of parliament, because of what I did, my effectiveness, my whatever, I refused to be turned down. I was unstoppable in making sure that women are also human beings and they can do this. And Winnie Byanyima, who doesn't know Winnie Byanyima? Honorable Winnie Byanyima. Go to the next round, she came on board, and we became 2. The next 5 years, Honorable Mary Mujenyi came on the scene, and we became 3. Do you hear? That one, and I remained on my seat. For them, they were taking the direct seats. So taking a direct seat and staying there when you are effective, when you know what to do, should not be limited because you want to get this. Why am I not inspiring you to go there and contest for other places? I'm telling you, if you do that and kill affirmative action, when it is still helping us, we shall be lost. Then you know the other one was, I give example of our distinguished Honorable former Speaker Kadaga. You know, she didn't like affirmative action, you know? She never loved it. Because she came through a good life. Me, I was discriminated, I suffered. But for her, you know, she came through. Boys and girls were treated the same. She didn't like, you know, affirmative action. But she came through it first time when we go to parliament. So when we are going to see her, because she didn't like it, she thought it is demeaning women, it is what? She went to contest for a direct seat. You think she came back? And she was very distinguished, the first woman lawyer to make an advocate chambers in Uganda. But when she went to contest with those men there in Busoga, because of the cultural barriers, because they have not yet become enlightened, because she lost to come to CA. We used to have a distinguished woman educationist. By that time, she was Miss Rhoda, Minister for Joyce Mpang, Minister for Women's Affairs in our country. And she went to the village there in Chivoga where she came from. Imagine a distinguished minister like that. Because of the cultural norms and values, she could not win. We lost her. Do you see the problems which you are talking about? You may lose the right people to come and speak for you because of the culture, the environment is not yet enlightened to know the values of women. If you go to Uganda, for instance, in town, where it is town areas and so on, women go and contest. They've gone to contest and they win. But you go, you are here, Matembe, you go to the direct seat, even if you've been there for 10 years, oh, they say you, where are you going? If it is a village. So please, don't think, those who say it discourages women, how does it discourage them? I haven't seen it discourage them. What I want to say is, what is the problem right now? Is the passion, what is driving you women into these positions? Because of the political environment which has become dictatorial, it has come militarized, for instance, in Uganda. It is extremely monetized. It is all these things. Those are the things that are capturing and imprisoning women and preventing them from flaring to these direct seats. But not that one woman has stayed on affirmative action. For me, that's my attitude, and it comes from my very good experience. So, when you are considering these things, madam, I love what you talk. You are the best young man I have seen. Oh my God. I wish everybody could follow that kind of lady. Those are the ladies we want. But I'm explaining to you that even if your big sister is there, as long as she's doing the right thing, you follow, you let her inspire you, and you get to the other seat also. And be courageous. Don't say, your seat is there, your seat is there. By the way, the affirmative action seat is not a simple seat. You think that it gives them comfort. It doesn't give them comfort. In Uganda, they were big areas. You cover such big areas, and men are covering smaller areas. It is not comfortable, but it is there. It is there. You must keep it there. Stop grumbling. Go and be inspired by your own activity, by your passion. Stop going to politics driven by self-centeredness. Don't be self-centered and power-oriented. Be driven by service to the people. When you are driven by service to the people, and by the way, you was meant to serve God and his people, put God at the center of your work, and the people at the center of what you are doing, you will make it, we shall make change. Stop fearing and bowing. I conclude by saying that, for instance, in Uganda, surely, women are there. You are talking of numbers. Which numbers don't we have? We were 2 women on the Uganda Constitutional Commission out of 21 members. I tell you, me and my sister, we were able to change everything. And the Constitution of Uganda came as the most amazing constitution that was supporting gender and women's empowerment. Two of us. Numbers don't matter. What matters is the passion that drives the leader. The knowledge, the skills that she knows, the effectiveness that she can make. So please don't cry over these other things. Get to know. And please, in Uganda, what has made us fail is that the whole principle of separation of powers has gone. I'm sorry if I talk like this, we're in East Africa. I agree with you. Democracy, don't talk of democracy anymore. If you know the women of Uganda who are suffering when they get out to say anything, maybe Matembe because God holds me. But most of them, you are here, don't say I'm telling lies. They go out to say no. If you don't belong to the government, the party in government, can you go out and do anything? They grab you, they torture you, they do all this kind of thing. So without real political multi-party politics, you cannot make it. The political environment cannot make it. That's why you must mobilize. You women, you don't belong to party, you belong to your nations. You are Tanzanian, you are Kenyans. Kenya and Tanzania and whatever should take precedence over the party, and you fight for your party. Don't allow to be captured by the institutions, because the moment you get into those institutions and you are part of them, then you fear to speak against them. And the danger that has happened, we in the movement, who used to be in the movement, once we speak out there, they label us as enemies. And in fact, the women in politics do not love we in civil society. They think we hate the president. They think we do all this nonsense. And they say the affirmative action was a gift. And they say Matembe is dishonoring our president. And yet I love him most than them, because me, I was going there to work. For them, they are going to get property, to get money, to get positions. They are failing to fight corruption. Please go there and fight corruption. Go there and apply ESCO values and principles. That's when you will change the environment in order to be effective in a right environment.
Thank you so much. So powerful. So powerful. There is the song and dance you were looking for. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It is indeed an honor to have such a person pushing. She has told you that your passion, what drives you, that will determine it. Are you there for yourself or for the people? Because I think any job leadership is really one to be taken seriously. You're not there for yourself. When you're answerable to others and the lives of others, I think it's very important to remember that above all, yes, you're going to be answerable to God because you had other people's lives, His children's lives in your hands. So I think that's very honorable. Thank you so much. Now, you know, a lot has been said about all the different facets and the things that we need to include. And I know we cannot ignore the fact that we do have laws that govern this. And I'm coming to you, Karemi. When we look at your office, there definitely are some landmark institutional innovations that have been made, and you've mentioned some of them. So my question is, what lessons does your office setup offer for the African governments aiming to create effective high-level bodies focused on gender equality? And also, what internal mandates of accountability metrics have made your office especially effective? Because we can't ignore that as well.
So I think it's important to note that in Kenya, the Office of the Advisor to the President on Human Rights is the first of its kind. It has never been there. And when this office came into office, when it was stationed by the president himself, there were a lot of questions on what is the difference between your office and the Ministry of Gender. And I think that is where, that's the pinpoint. Gender is both male and female. Yeah. And it is important to have gender because you have both men and women in this country, and everyone has the right to be protected by the law and to have the, to be given their space. So, but the woman has been left behind for a very long time. And the more, the president was of the opinion, the more we continue to cluster women, within amorphous agendas, we keep on losing them. And I'll give a good example. When he came into power, the Ministry of Gender used to be together with the public service. And you know what that means. When there's budget, what is more important? Public service or gender? They were lost. So our office pushed to have gender separated from the Ministry of Public Service, which was a very big win, because what did it mean? The Ministry of Gender would then have its own budget. So when you're looking at what is the role of an advisor to the president, you get to see that they have like a bird's eye view of what is important when it comes to unique groups. And we have the direct line to the president. You know, bureaucracy is one of the things that challenges progress. And governments naturally are bureaucratic. If the Ministry of Gender wants to get an agenda to the floor of the parliament or to the president, there are procedures that they have to follow. But an advisory office has a direct line to the president. So if the president has an issue, he first calls the advisors. So we have done a lot of oversight to ensure that women get the spaces. Most recent is there was a convening of all permanent secretaries within Kenya. And each was supposed to come and give a presentation of what they have accomplished in terms of their mandate. Now we know we are pushing for women representation at the appointive and the nominated level. So we are talking about what's the representation of women in the ministries, in the departments, in the agencies, in the commissions, and who is supposed to report on that is the ministries. So one of the things that we have learned that is very critical is when you have a convening of decision makers, because we know the permanent secretaries are decision makers. They decide how many women are going to be hired, because we're talking about gender parity and we want women within this gender parity. So we demanded to be given an opportunity to address the permanent secretaries. And one of the things that was very key to us is we were going to ask them, in each of your ministries, how many women do you have? What have you done as a ministry to ensure that you're complying with the 2/3 gender rule? What affirmative actions do you have within your ministry? And we didn't come empty-handed, we came with data. We came with information, and we were telling each Ministry of Sports, we know this is the challenge you have. We know you're underrepresenting the women, so this is what we expect you to do. Now, if you look across the section, the Ministry for Tourism cannot approach the Ministry for Sports or Gender and tell them you're underrepresenting women, because they are horizontal. But when you have an advisory office, the advisor is at an executive level, because we are under the executive office of the president. So we are able to question what others would not question along the line ministries. And the other thing that is very critical as an office is we churn out advisories. So an advisory is what we give the president when we have identified a certain challenge regarding women. And when we had the question on the constitutional referendum, we have been speaking about formulas. When you talk about 2/3 for women, what formulas are you talking about? How are you going to, make sure these formulas are brought on board, and within what time frame? So one of the things we did immediately when there was the requirement for the NADCO report is we gave out our presidential advisory, and we told him, this is what we feel would be the formula for you to be able to achieve the 2/3 gender rule. So apart from just sitting at the advisory level, the other thing we are able to do is to convene. The other day we have been having breakfast meetings with CEOs, because election is fine and PSs, but you see, there's this other part of life, the boards. How many women do we have in our boards in Kenya? Because there's the political part of it, but there's the corporate part, and we are talking about elevating women at all levels. It has to be holistic. So we have been convening boards. We have convened even private sector. We have sat down with Safaricom, East Africa Breweries, and we are pushing. We are telling them you must give women board positions, and you're telling them we don't want board positions where women sit in the boards and they are the ones serving tea. Because you have a room full of men and the only woman who's going to take the minutes is the woman. Who's going to serve tea is the woman. And we don't want positions which don't have decision-making authority, where you're just a nice, vice. You have no powers to make tangible decisions. So give women positions, but give them positions that actually allow them to make critical decisions. And so because of that convening power, we are able to do that. The other thing we are able to do is to give the president a unique thing. And we sit here on behalf of the president for one thing. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Women's Charter. When the president came into power, he had the beta plan, because every president must come with a manifesto to say what he's going to deliver for the country. This particular president has been very keen on women, and he had a whole women's charter drafted, and I will challenge all of us to look at that charter. Because the charter talks about specifically just the woman. This is not just gender, where women are lost in the whole milieu of a crowd, but specifically women, and identifying critical issues that affect women. Because if we are looking at women and we want them in leadership, we have to have intersectionality of looking at this woman. I say this, and I give this example. How fit is a battered woman to vie for an elective seat? GBV. What is the connection between GBV and leadership? What is the connection between the health of that woman and her children and leadership? And so looking at the woman as a holistic piece that you must fix all other pieces to make her fit. Because we are saying nominated seats are good, but what's the competence of this woman to be nominated or to be elected and to come back again and again? So we are able to look at the woman from 4 pillars. Our office, we have looked at 4 pillars. One, we have looked at economic empowerment of the woman. We have talked about campaign financing. It's good to finance this woman, but you want this woman to have money in her pocket, because what does money do to you? It emancipates you. A woman with money in the pocket can walk out of a GBV situation. A woman with money in the pocket can be able to sit in a boardroom and say, I am fit. If you don't have food, if your children do not have food, and your husband has taken away all the money from the last sales that you made from your maize harvesting, how fit is that woman? And then the legal and the social justice aspect. One of the things we are looking at is we have good laws, very good laws. But do women get social justice? So while we are trying to move forward from what the shoulders that our mothers allowed us to step, there are all these things that are not really political in nature, but actually impact the woman to be unable to achieve political representation. So that bird's eye view is what we are able to bring in as an advisory office. And I think there has been very good milestones when it comes to that. And I don't know if Uganda and Tanzania also have an equivalent of this advisory office, but when you are able to have somebody who is not answering to anybody other than the president, that independence allows them to be able to crack the whip. And that is what we have really been doing. Now, the most recent thing that we have been doing is we have called upon the Registrar of Political Parties. And you have said you're very critical to us, to getting us these numbers for these women. So can we sit down, let us think, what is the challenge you're having? What do you think should be done? And what can we help you as an executive office of the president to ensure that there is full compliance of the political regulations and the laws? So strategic partnerships also, because it is beyond advisory, we are looking at what are the key institutions that we have, what frameworks do we have that we can leverage on to ensure that women achieve that. We have also been able to look at our laws as an office. We have looked at all the laws in Kenya, and I kid you not, we have sat down with a toothpick, we have looked at all the discriminatory provisions in laws, and we are now, that is going to be the next thing that we are going to move in, because we are saying women must get the mileage that they deserve. But if we have institutional frameworks, we have laws that are so old you will not believe it. Like our penal code is 19 what? It is so archaic and backward. Life has moved on, but we still have laws governing us that are actually colonial. And we need to pick out these laws and say these provisions are not helpful. And I'll give you an example of the Succession Act. What happens to property of a woman when she dies? Because these are the same women we are saying we want to elevate to political position to represent other women. So just having the legal outlook on what needs to be done for these women to be in the right frame of mind, to have the right spaces, and to be able to walk confidently into these spaces. And finally, even as I close, there's something I wanted to probably clarify that was raised by my colleague here. The Maraga advisory was actually to dissolve parliament because they had failed to implement the 2/3. Remember, the Constitution has a provision, Article 100, that requires legislation must be put into place to ensure that that 2/3 is actually being implemented. That has not been done to date. And that's why I talked about the role of public interest litigation, the role of civil society, the role of individuals in ensuring that we put the government to task, we put the executive, we put the judiciary to task. So Parliament was not dissolved. That case was actually stopped at the petition level because of there were questions before the High Court on how it was going to be implemented. And I don't know if I'll get another opportunity to talk. So for me, as I close, yes, I know we want to talk about low-hanging fruits. What can it do in the immediate? We want to talk about midterm. For me, there's one long-term that I think is very critical. As we speak about youth and their role, I know it's about laws, but I want to ask, where do the current leaders come from? They come from home settings, right? They were once children in a home setting. At the individual level, because it boils down to each of us as individuals. When we have our sons and our daughters, our princes and our princesses in our homes, how are we raising these children? How are we raising our sons to look at their sisters? How do you ration out rights within your home? Because the truth of the matter, in 100 years, none of us is going to be here. Or we'll all be dead, I'm sorry to say. Our children will be the current leaders. And if you want to start fixing them at this point when they are 40 years, start telling them, give the space to the woman, it might be a little too late. Start with our homes. How we raise our sons to look at our daughters. To be comfortable to give his sister space. When you do that, when he comes into power, it will be very easy for him to say, listen, we still don't have the numbers. Where are our women?
Yeah. I love that. Thank you so much for that, Caroline. Now, we are running out of time because we still have another panel to do before lunch. And I'd like to now come to Ms. Jokate. I know you had started this conversation, and just picking up from what Caroline has said, you know, our generation, and I am a Gen X, just in case you're not sure, our generation,
fine-looking Gen X.
We thank the Lord, all glory to Him. When we look at the way we observed things from Gen X going up, we blamed the men a lot for the way that systems don't work. And there's a nice question here that I am seeing as we wind up, and I'd like you to answer this as you do your closing remarks. This question comes from Naki Birango from Uganda. And the question is, we keep blaming men and the system, but also as women, we're still not supporting each other. I don't know if this is what you're experiencing as a youth. The pull-her-down syndrome is lagging us behind. How then can we be our sister's keeper? Is your generation doing it differently?
Well, I feel like our generation is definitely doing it differently. We celebrate each other more. And what is required here, I think, is just to strengthen mentorship programs. Have the intergenerational connection so that we can learn from our mothers. I don't know if I'm a daughter or granddaughter of the struggle.
Granddaughter.
No,
granddaughter.
I say
granddaughter.
This, no, I say this because my mom was so active during the Beijing times with Mama Mongela. I'm sure you know Mama Ambassador Gertrude Mongela. No, she was with my mom during that era. So maybe that's why I'm thinking maybe I'm a daughter. That's why who I am. Yes, I'm a product of the struggle. But we say aluta continua. The struggle continues until we reach 50-50 and above. If the percent of women is more than men, that means that's actually an indication that we need to have more women leaders than actual men leaders in different positions, naturally. So I think we celebrate each other more. We just need to continue with the spirit, but we equally need to learn so much more from you. Because as I mentioned, it's not only about numbers, statistics. It's about what are we standing for. do we bring quality? We need to bring the numbers,
yes,
but we equally and most importantly need to bring the quality and the agenda. Is my filling in that role, is it helping my community change? Am I bringing substance? These are questions we need to ask ourselves. And I must say, to a certain extent, it is becoming trendy to want to be maybe honorable, as it's becoming trendy to want to be CEO of a certain, business and etc. But end of the day, when you go back home, have you fulfilled your purpose? I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
And for me, we celebrate each other, but we need to bring substance to the table. And I believe that we can bring substance once we have this intergenerational talks, which is so important. The kids of today might not fully understand the struggles that we had with the Mwalimu Nyereres.
Yeah, yeah.
You understand? They might not understand that once upon a time, it was even a struggle. I don't fully understand it either. That it was impossible to move from one village to the town. There were no roads. The roads were mud. So it's easy for us to take it for granted. And to see, there's still, but if we have these intergenerational exchanges that are institutionalized, we need to have institutional memory so that we understand what was fought for and what should be our fight today.
There we go.
And what fights we will inherit to the coming generations. This is relay. Baton,
Yeah, pass it on.
How do we pass it on? So for me, this is key. I applaud such forums because for me, it has been an honor and privilege to meet such amazing women who fought the fight, the good fight, and we stand on the shoulder of giants as yourself. But we need to continue to learn.
Yeah.
There's so much we might not understand fully. We might not be able to fathom and say, okay, this is what they fought for, and this is where they've brought us. Maybe we shouldn't cry that much.
That's the real thing.
Maybe
no crying.
We shouldn't cry at all. Maybe our tears should be tears of joy and see how we carry it forward.
Correct.
But again, we cannot overlook that there's still inequalities, and these inequalities are informed by structural and systemic barriers that we equally need to address. But I believe once we move together, our generation with the generation that followed us and the generation to come, then I believe all this that we envision is achievable, and we will meet and exceed expectations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is Jokade from Tanzania. We need to wrap this up. I have just 1 minute to give to you, Zain, as we do your closing remarks, because we do need to move to our next panel. And there's a question that was asked here about what factors contribute to women in affirmative action roles wanting to hold on to those positions longer than initially intended, and even after achieving some level of empowerment. Is there something that you've witnessed in your experience? Is there something that we need to do? Because we are the women sitting here, we need to hear.
Madam Chair, I think the person who have answered that question best is Waziri. Waziri has answered that question. I don't want to spend time on that question.
Okay.
I would like to touch on maybe 4 very quickly important.
Very quickly, I am giving
points.
you 1 minute.
Yeah. So number one, this panel, our role was to talk about moving from promises, policy, into action.
Right.
So let me start there. Don't trust my word. The Kenya National Cohesion and Integration Commission has done audits, and specifically on gender, on many government ministries and departments. And it has made a finding that all that they have done audits for have failed to attain the required constitutional threshold. All of them. Not a single one of them. All of them. Why? Because it's important for us to audit. We are moving away from empty promises, words, policies. We want now action. Secondly, we talked about something very important which has been repeated a number of times this morning, which is memorialization. What does this mean? We must celebrate those who have come and struggled before us, but we must also learn from them, and more importantly, we must start inculcating a culture of never again. Never again repeating some of these atrocities that we have seen in our region. So today I will mention 3 women in Kenya, at least, for young Kenyans to learn from. This year we have lost 3 giant women who have done amazing work in Kenya. The first one I'll mention is Rasna Wara. Rasna Wara was a public intellectual, a journalist, an activist, an essayist, okay, a novelist. So we lost Rasna Wara. Go and find out what work she did. The other one that we lost was Honorable Catherine Nyamato recently. And Honorable Catherine Nyamato did many things, but one thing that she did that stands out was to challenge violence against women, and specifically targeting all women, calling them witches. The penal code my sister is talking about, we still have the colonial law called the Anti-Witches Act. Can you believe that in Africa? Right? And we're still talking 60 plus years after that. And the other one that I left last, who is the best, our mother, our leader, the Honorable Phoebe Asio. She made transformative work in the discipline forces, in politics. She was the mother of women representation in parliament and the not more than 2/3 gender rule. Right? I served with her in the Constitution of Kenya Review Commission. So I am humbled that I'm one of the framers of our Constitution. So we can debate another day on the question of, can we implement the floor, the lowest standard of not more than 2/3 of the same gender? This time, we shall not allow a parliament that does not satisfy that rule to make any law. To make any law. Let me finish by the following. This session was about performance. This panel was about implementation. This panel was also about being able to provide evidence that you have changed and we are changing and we continue to change. Yes. So women of Kenya, rise up.
This is it.
Rise up.
Women of Africa.
No,
rise up.
I'm starting with Kenya. Yeah. Women of East Africa, rise up. Yeah. Women of Africa, rise up. Yeah. Women of the world, rise up.
Thank you so much.
Let me finish.
Oh, time is up. Time is up.
I'm the last one to speak. So I have the least time. Why I say rise up, you also need to be fired up. Don't accept any more empty promises. Don't accept any more lies. Don't accept any more sweet nothings that does not transform to action.
Thank you.
Viva Kenya, viva! Viva East Africa, viva! Viva world, viva!
Viva!
Thank
you so much. A round of applause for our amazing panelists. We are so honored to have Honorable Abubakar Zain, Miss Jokate Mwegelo, Miss Caroline Karimi, and Honorable Miriam Matembe. A round of applause for them as they take back to their seats. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. We clap until they leave, eh? Yeah, thank you so much. You've been an amazing panel. Haven't they been amazing? So much to learn from, so much to discuss. All right. Now, as we allow them to leave, you can continue talking off the stage. Yes. This is it. We must keep that going. Ladies and gentlemen, after such a powerful panel one, we are now going into the next session where we will be taking a look at building on that conversation. We're focusing now on the structural, cultural, and economic hurdles that women face as they rise to leadership. Social norms reinforced by tradition, religion, restrict women's roles to domestic spheres, creating systemic barriers that limit their participation and leadership in politics. Now, beyond cultural expectations, practical challenges such as unpaid domestic work, male-dominated institutions, internalized doubts, further hinder women's ability to engage in decision-making. How do we overcome these obstacles? We require some multifaceted strategies, whether we are working from a community engagement, media campaigns, gender quotes, to building supportive networks and promote female role models to transform these discriminatory norms and empower women. We're now going to watch the powerful video that was intimated earlier that gives us a little bit more insight before we get into panel two. So I'm going to allow that video by UN Women to play on the screen. Oh, I don't think we have time. Please, let's watch the video kindly. 1 minute, ma'am.
Social norms and deeply rooted beliefs have stood in the way of women's full and meaningful participation in politics. Even when women break through these barriers and reach positions. Social norms and deeply rooted beliefs have stood in the way of women's full and meaningful participation in politics. Even when women break through these barriers and reach positions of power, they often face disproportionate backlash, constantly being reminded that they are too weak, too emotional, or simply not suited for leadership.
UN Women and other feminist movements and women's rights organizations have been challenging, addressing, subverting, bargaining, negotiating over discriminatory social norms since forever. But we've come to a point in time in our collective history where we need to also sort of think back, introspect a little bit about what does it actually mean to change discriminatory social norms.
Before changing social norms, we need to understand what are they? How do they interact with gender equality and, in particular, women's political participation? Social norms can be understood as a set of unwritten rules about what is right and wrong, acceptable or normal in a society. While some social norms can be useful in a society, some can be discriminatory. Many social norms are rooted in deeply held beliefs that have often persisted over centuries and are justified in the name of religion, tradition, or culture. While this makes it difficult to change social norms, the good news is they can and do change.
Social norms, they are part of these more general cultural schemas that also contain expectations, roles, and stereotypes. They do not play in favor of women that go into politics, because normally these gender norms, they tend to say that women belong more in the domestic arena than they do in the public arena, for example.
How are social norms obstacles to women's participation in decision-making?
So decision-making process is, of course, a very wide concept, since it happens within the home, happens within the community, it happens in politics. But some of these barriers to women's ability to participate are common to all. Some of them are practical. You know, if you have a lot of your time being taken up looking after your family, looking after the household, doing unpaid work, doing the chores, and even if you're not physically doing it, your mind is on it, the headspace for taking part in decision-making is problematic. But then, of course, there are these others about who legitimately holds authority, who holds authority within a home, who holds authority within the community or within politics.
all these gender norms that are going to say that women belong in the domestic sphere and that they have to take care of the children primarily, for example, that's going to limit the amount of time that women can put into going into politics.
There's one common narrative about barriers, which is actually that it's women themselves that sort of doubt their capacities or doubt that they would have the ability to run. And a lot of development organizations, a lot of interventions have really focused on encouraging women to be able to see themselves as political actors and encouraging women to have confidence. But that's actually not the most important barrier. Political parties historically have been male-dominated, and that means the opportunities to run for office, the resources that you need to run for office, and then once you're elected, the resources that you return back to your party and back to your community, these are all managed through male-dominated networks. So I think some of the barriers that women face are not just about their own capabilities, but it's about breaking into institutions that have historically been dominated by men.
Even when women are elected, that there is a social norm around the fact that they are different, that women are not quite the right representatives, they are not the ideal representatives. So we see that in the way in which they are marginalised from decision making. They may not be in executive positions, they may not be in the position of chairing committees, they may not be in the bureau, they may not be the presiding officer.
How can we address and change these discriminatory social norms?
There is no single strategy. When we talk about gender norms and the practices that they inculcate in people, the privileges they give to certain people who are reluctant to give them up, there's no one single strategy. And I think when people take on multiple levels of intervention, so you want leaders to speak out, don't discriminate against your daughters, okay? You want to get community leaders on your side. You want public radio programs. A lot of it might be at the local level of street theatre, role play, but I think also providing role models. The more women you get in politics, the easier it is for other women to enter politics.
A lot of our policy interventions need to actually target political parties, they need to be changing the beliefs and attitudes of party leaders, and they need to be changing the beliefs and attitudes of what are the important preparations and what are the important resources to run for office. Because if you keep confronting the barriers, you'll keep thinking, I need to fix myself, but actually we need to be fixing those who have the opportunity to create the resources and the chances.
Which concrete tools can help to challenge social norms?
So gender quotas are a great example of a policy that tries to cut through some of these cultural beliefs or individual beliefs that women and men have about women's political leaders. And gender quotas are policies that say, okay, political parties, you just have to nominate women. And one of the things that's great about gender quotas is when they're put in place and when they're enforced, miraculously, suddenly, right, the opportunities appear and the parties are able to find and recruit and position women to run for office, and often those women are not just successful at winning the seat, but they're successful at governing. The other important thing about gender quotas is that they also then have knock-on effects where they can transform the parties and transform the institutions.
Gender-sensitive parliaments are now a new norm of what a good parliament should be. So it's very simple. In theory, in practice, a gender-sensitive parliament is one that actively reorients and transforms the way it works, the way it talks, what it produces, how it communicates with its audience, in a way that is constantly aware that the goal is gender equality. Parliaments that actually want to be gender sensitive have to have some kind of public commitment, a reorientation, a restructure of its working methods, and then a kind of a mechanism to keep accountability through some kind of monitoring and evaluation process.
How can we push back on discriminatory social norms?
When people confront hate against women online, or even when people confront or counteract these stereotypes that we can find online, like, oh, you do not belong in politics, you belong in the kitchen, and these sorts of things, I think it resets the norm, It tells to the audience, to the observers of this interaction, look, not everybody thinks like this. There are other people thinking that this woman has the right to be here, that women can do everything. It's important to reinforce and to increase the likelihood of people speaking and creating these counter-narratives.
I think that there's an opportunity to actually recruit the media, is the way that I'll put it, into being agents of change, in shaping the narratives that are positive and that would actually encourage people to see the collective benefit of having women as leaders. I really think that we need to bring the media along, right? Educate them where they lack the language, the tools, the understanding, the knowledge, the research. Provide them with that.
Transformative change in social norms around women's political participation can follow many pathways. And the movement continues to grow as more partners and allies commit to driving this change. A few tips for women entering politics for the first time.
Have courage, because the world is not very nice to young women who put their head above the parapet. Look for support, look for alliances, look for allies. Go in as a team and take on the whole political system.
Get to build a network. Think about who is your reference group. Maybe work to build up and to create narratives that you have really to use when you face this sort of hate in online media and also in your public interactions.
Find your friends, and find the friends both in the parliament and outside the parliament, because you are going to need a support network. And unfortunately, that's a case for women parliamentarians around the world.
It's not you, it's them, and you have to keep insisting, and you have to trust yourself, and you have to keep insisting on your own talents and your own capabilities. Because what any member of the traditionally excluded group feels when they try to enter the institution where they haven't been present, they'll feel that the bar is constantly being moved on them. The moving metric is not about your own flaws, it is about the way the institution is designed to preserve itself. And so you can keep adjusting, and you should keep adjusting, but don't lose hope, because if you trust in yourself, you will be able to keep knocking down some of those barriers.
And don't ever let anyone put you down.
Thank you so much. That video from the UN Women telling us about what our next panel is. And just to clarify, yes, our first panel took a bit longer than expected. We also needed to rush, as Honorable Matembe needed to make a flight. She's on her way back to Uganda as we speak. And so we will do better. We did receive almost 50 questions from you, which is quite a number to tackle, 50 questions. However, some of them we are going to send forward, and we will be able to see how to get you all the answers that you need. Now, our second panel is titled Breaking Barriers, Tackling Structural, Cultural, and Economic Hurdles to Women Leadership. And so this particular panel is bringing together leaders and experts who will help us unpack these challenges and share pathways to change. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our first panelist with extensive experience in public service and reform. She has been instrumental in advancing inclusive political participation and strengthening those pathways for women in leadership. Help me welcome party leader of ACT Wazalendo in Tanzania, Miss Dorothy Semu. Let's keep clapping until she gets here. Also joining us on the panel, our next panelist actively champions women's empowerment within political party structures and has contributed significantly to enhancing women's voice and representation in governance. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Executive Member of National Resistance Movement, NRM Women's League in Uganda, Ms. Shamim Kavuma. She wants you to clap. In Uganda, they clap and sing to welcome their speakers. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shamim, for joining us. The next panelist currently serves as the Principal Secretary in Kenya's Office of the Attorney General. She brings a wealth of legal and legislative experience with a strong track record of promoting gender equity and institutional reforms to support women's leadership. Help me welcome Honorable Senator Pareno Judith. Karibu. Looking amazing in her regalia. Also joining us on this panel is the program manager for democratic governance at the Royal Embassy of Denmark in Kenya. He provides strategic leadership in democratic governance, programming, and is committed to fostering inclusive political processes and advancing gender equality through international partnership. Help me welcome Mr. Joseph Kimani. Welcome. Karibu sana. So, as we continue, yes, we are still taking your questions. Please don't give up on giving us those questions. And if you're posting on the socials, hashtag Africa Women's Forum, so that we can pick on all of that and make a big noise to know that this forum is actually happening. Now, I'm going to start with Ms. Dorothy Semu. You have transitioned into, from a technocrat into public health to a top party leader in Tanzania's politics. How have you navigated institutional barriers that historically have hindered women's political ascendancy? How have you been able to achieve it yourself?
Thank you. I would like to thank you so much, Kaleke. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me, and I'm glad to be here, and thank you so much. We have a very beautiful and good audience. I have said, as she said, I am the party leader for ACT Wazalendo, and I must say, firstly, I want to thank everyone who has held my hand up to this level. It is not by mistake. I've been groomed by so many people from all walks of life. So this is also saying thank you to everyone. And one of them, she has just left, being Miriam Matembe. Grateful to that. So I've come a long way. I was a public servant, as she said. So what I want to say, how I overcame these barriers. First, I knew what I wanted. I decided to become an agent of change. Actually, I did not know that I want to be a party leader or a leader in a political party. My experience comes when I was in a primary school. I went to 2 schools in a year. One was an international school and the second one was a normal school. So seeing the differences made me think that no, we cannot have this kind of life. When I grow up, I want to be part of change. I want to change this situation where we have education systems which are so far apart in the same country. I used to live in a district in Arusha, and these schools were like 1 kilometer apart, but huge difference in how they operate, how they are resourced, and everything. So I decided when I become 40 years, I'm going to join active politics. So one thing I had to do was to make rough decisions. It's not soft, it's going to be rough. So I had to quit my job. I was a civil servant, permanent and pensionable. So when I became 40 years, in Tanzania, you're not allowed to become a party leader, any sort of party leader, while at the same time, you are a civil servant. So you have to choose. You can be a member of a political party, but you cannot be in those leadership ranks. So even the way the system is structured, that's an hindrance. We should be led to freely enjoy what we have. We are human beings, we have public life, we have social life, and we want to also excel in politics. So I had to quit my job. I gave the government 3 months notice, and when you quit your job, it's like you lose all what you had. That was the system then. Then I had to get into action. I joined this political party. Yesterday they're saying I am the party leader, but I've been here for 10 years. And I might be the only leader who has gone through all the ranks in the party. So my first job was an undersecretary, working under Secretary General as the undersecretary for policy and research. And mind you, I joined the youngest party in the country. By then, it was only 1 year old. And in Tanzania, parties are rewarded, given funds post-elections when you get the councillors and when you get the member of parliaments. So there was no money, there was nothing. It was just us and the willpower to change. And I joined a very progressive party. So what I can say, I had to guide myself well. Which party I'm joining, what I'm going to bring to that party, am I going to be part of change? And for the first year when we entered the national elections, we had one of the best manifestos as the youngest party. And we were appreciated of what we brought to the political scene. So that political power, that willpower, being notorious, and not going with the expected norms. People expected for me to do something else. And I had so many advisors when they heard that I joined a political party and quitted my job, but I did not back up. Okay. The second issue is that when you get into these ranks, any position, a political party, you have to deliver. You have to know that you're there to work and work well according to what that party wants to achieve. So I did well. I excelled, and next position I had was the Secretary General. The next position I had was not a nominated position. I had to go join the competition and now being elected to the higher ranks. I vied for the vice chairperson, mainland, and I won, I think by 84% or 90%. Following that, I vied for the party leader. So this is to tell people you should not fear that internal competition in political parties. And you should not only be comfortable in position where you're just appointed. You should go, rise the ranks, be in that stiff competition. Don't fear the bullies, don't fear the naysayers, don't fear nothing. Just move as long as you know what you're doing. Another thing is I ensured that I had my support systems in place. I am a wife, I am a mother, and all those. So it was lucky for me that my husband knew that I wanted to be a politician, even before we got married.
Oh, that's important.
I had to be very clear. So for the young people, don't waver that, because I know there are many women who are aspiring to be politicians, and the marriage thing, the relationship stops them, or they get, instead of being supported, positively supported, they're being pulled away from their dreams. So I think I was lucky to marry an African man who understood my dream and supported my dream. But I believe even if he did not support it, I would have convinced him well.
For the people. For the people.
For the people. And there's also another thing which people think that you should be perfect, you should have this work and balance thing. I can tell you it's not true. You just have to create these support systems so that they work for you in some instances. I'm here, my husband is there in Tanzania with the 3 kids. He has been doing that since when the kids were young. And I was not feeling bad about it because I know he agreed to support me and I used that opportunity well and delivered. And I think also...
I'd like you to wrap it up because
I joined, this will be the last phase, I joined a very progressive party where the men who were there and the people who founded that political party saw women differently. This is very important. It's a progressive party which made it a mission to make sure that women are on the decision-making table. They are not there cheerleading, they are not there making tea during the meetings, but they are there making decisions. For example, my party, from its inception, it has a constitutional clause. It's the only party which you can have an all-women leadership from the branch level, but not an all-men leadership. You must have 2 women representatives in every level. So to start with, every leadership in my party would have at least 20% women leaders, and then we'll build up from there. So this is also important. In what kind of political party are you joining? Read those constitutions, see the mindset. What are these people up to? So I think for me, this was another good thing and something which really carried me through well.
No, thank you so much. So we've heard there that, of course, there are tough decisions to make. You must be clear about what you want to all the people in your life and get support. Brings us back to always asking for that help. So Shamim, I'm going to come to you because as you are the National Publicity Secretary at NRM, what are the three concrete party level practices you'd prioritize to support women's ascendancy to political leadership against structural, cultural, and economic hurdles? What are the 3 things that you believe that you definitely want to prioritize or have prioritized to support women to grow?
Thank you, Momo. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here with these amazing women. So my name is Shamim Kavma Nyiramashirinja. I guess the last one is far too long, so people tend to leave it out.
And I don't want to get it wrong.
Indeed. So really, and I will get straight to the questions, of course, because of the time.
Yes.
There are a few things I would look at. Really, the first one, I feel it's already a journey that has been started on, which is the quota system. Through the affirmative action. I feel that already is a start. It's an entry point. But I would like to look beyond that. Because, of course, with the quota system, you have very many women now at decision-making tables. And, you know, many are doing their part. Well, others are not as effective as we would want them to be. But they are doing their part, and it is an entry point. But for me, beyond that, beyond the numbers that just come in with the quota system, I think the mentorship is also important. You need to have a pipeline of leaders that is coming in. And unfortunately, I will raise this for Uganda. I do not know about other countries, but I've also had conversations, especially around East Africa, that also the women that have gotten through the quota system have also been very intentional about not mentoring the next line. And what I see as major challenges, especially in the country I come from, when a person gets through the quota system, for me, who was, let's say, for example, I'll give an example. If I was running with them, then I'm looked at as an enemy. Even when I'm not invited to these functions, when there are trainings or capacity buildings, they're very deliberate to ask, if you're inviting Shamim, I am not coming. But we need to be very intentional. And if you do not have that next pipeline, then the whole quota system will die away, by the way, in all honesty. It will die away. Because then you've not prepared leaders. This is why you have people sitting in the same position for 30, 20 years. So I think more than the quota, let us also be intentional about preparing the next line. I take very good examples from ANC of South Africa. I had an opportunity to visit. I squeezed my way in there. But I liked their women's league. They are very intentional. For every member of parliament that goes in through ANC, every year, I don't remember how long their terms are, but at the end of every term, you're required to present 2 young women that you have intentionally mentored. That I found very interesting. And when I tried to preach it to my NRM women, the next meeting I was not invited. So I think it's very, very important, not just the quota system, but again, let us also prepare. Let us mentor and be intentional about it. You know, let us wish other people, you know, we will not consume all this space, honestly speaking.
Yes.
Then the second one is really challenging the cultural norms. We need to be intentional. And I think as the video we watched, there was a very deliberate thing about using media or the different communication strategies in media that we can get this. It is still deeply rooted in our communities, especially in Africa, that politics is a man's space. I'll give an example. I ran for the parliament seat in my district, the primaries. I was part of the primaries. I didn't win. but I'm still working at it. And during the election, during the process as we're running through the primaries, I was pregnant. But the way I would ask, there's one person here, she's from Uganda, so she comes from my district, probably she also didn't see me pregnant. But you should have seen the way I was asking for the votes, because I was very deliberate for the electorate not to find out that I am pregnant, because that would be another challenge.
Right.
So even as I was speaking, at the end of every speech, I wanted to faint, because I had to hold it in. But then the interesting part was, the male candidates that were running, they were proud to stand up. One of them had a pregnant wife. They were, oh, by the way, I am very fit for this position. My wife is even pregnant. And here I was, hiding mine.
Yours.
Do you see how culture...
Yeah. It's difficult.
At every end of public speak, I wanted to faint. And he was deliberately telling people,
he's expecting
my manhood is manning. And I wasn't able to tell people my womanhood is womanhooding. You know, so just that, because the electorate finding out that you're pregnant alone, they're like, she will not manage. This pregnant one, she will not manage. And again, if you don't have kids, this one also. She's not woman enough. So all these things just continue to lock women. But again, I'm thinking, as women, we are here. I believe we can use strategies like really mass media, community dialogues. These are beautiful spaces that we come to, and I'm constantly, every time I meet Emmy, I'm like, Emmy, thank you. When I meet Omar, I'm like, thank you. These are really good spaces for women. But I really want to encourage again the European Union and all these other partners that it's also important to take these dialogues to community level. Because this is where it all starts. Like when we are running primaries in the NRM, every village is a polling station. The district I come from has 438 villages. These are very big villages, by the way. So if we do not take this dialogue of addressing cultural norms and these challenges that we have as women to the community, because this is where the women are, it's not enough. I swear it's not enough. The other is really, I think we also have to be deliberate about telling these stories about what women have achieved, what women have been good at. We also have, some women have also not enabled this process because they've also been terrible at it. But again, let us identify those good stories. Let us share those just to, assist in the process. I think that would also, but at community level. This is a good level, but at community level. Omar, we need to have this privately. And then I think the other that is also a challenge, and the one that I think I experienced in person, is the whole economic situation. Yeah. For sure, as women, we do not have access to the funds that we need as the men do, in all honesty. I was having a discussion with someone that works in the bank. Do you know the questions you're asked as a woman as you get a loan are completely different from the questions that men take? They're nonsense. But again, that is how it is structured. Again, if we make, like for example, I know sometimes when we're getting into politics, then we want to do mobilization, you're putting together whichever people you have in your network to ensure that, you're soliciting some funds. The things we are asked to do as women, the men are not being asked the same things. So I think as really the one thing I would focus on, even as a party, we just had our Central Executive Committee elections a few weeks ago, and I was deeply disappointed, even for me as an NRM person. The money that was used left me, I was telling my, my senior Winnie, Honorable Winnie, that even for me, as I was leaving Kololo, I left with 9.2 million.
What? That's a lot of money. That's all you need to know.
It's a lot of money. Don't even put it in any other currency.
It's a lot of money.
Because the candidates, we have monetized politics that it worries me that as we go ahead, especially in my country, people that are of quality, people that are of substance, with integrity, with great ethical standards, are just going to step back and let, for lack of a beautiful word, for lack of a
better word,
leave it to hooligans. Go.
They're willing to step back.
Sit back and watch the country just go into, I do not want to use the word, I'm thinking about the word,
shambles.
Local in my language.
It goes into shambles.
In shambles.
Yeah.
Because we have monetized this. And because, again, every time you monetize any project, you're leaving the women out. Because not very many of us have the financial muscle to do the things we must do, but we are very well intentioned. But again, this is what I think. I think even as women, and probably this is how we need to think further, because otherwise many of us are also going to be left out, is be intentional. Let us not just have spaces where we are able to, let's not look at politics alone as this space where we're able to do different, but also other spaces in business, women in business, for example. Let us network with those. Let us put together these women, nurture them also in different ways. That way, they're the networks we rely on as we come into politics. Because I think it's very, very important. So really, if we continue with the quota system, mentor as many as we can without we're putting aside the PhDs, we like to call them PhDs in Uganda, which is pull her down. We're putting those aside. Challenging, being intentional about challenging really the cultural norms.
And networking.
And then the networking. Yeah. And also being sure that as you run, and also again, ladies in this space, as you get into politics, we cannot keep crying in this space because we know what it is. So don't come into the space and start crying. Prepare for it.
It's going to happen.
It must happen.
It's inevitable. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for those words. Ms. Shamim Kavuma. Now, I want to come to Senator Pareno. You know, just pulling on what has been shared here so far, there have been barriers that have been broken because of pushing forward and saying, this is what I want to do. But culturally, things become so difficult, and sometimes it can be difficult. Now, having served as a member of parliament and now as a principal secretary in the Office of Attorney General, how do you view the current structural and legal frameworks in Kenya and in the East African region that either block or facilitate leadership? Because there's also that aspect from a legal perspective. I mean, we heard earlier when we were told by Honorable Zain about how we are still talking about laws that were in the 60s about witches. I mean, we cannot still be there today. What's your take on that?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. But probably before I go into the laws, which is the hard stuff, maybe I can start by, because the topic's breaking barriers, maybe I can start by giving a little bit of my history.
Yes.
Because it touches on a lot of things. And just to make it a bit sweet, maybe I can stand up a bit so that you look at this dressing.
Isn't she looking lovely?
Yes.
A round of applause for her.
I know you're all lovely and dressed well for today, but my intentional dressing today is meant to pass a message. That this is a Maasai girl or woman who is termed in the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, was described, in the new Constitution, was described as the marginalized. And I kept over the years saying, why am I marginalized? 63 years down the line of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. So, of course, now we need to know that you can dream and it can happen.
That's right. Thank you. I love
that
it.
intention is now called a dream. So many of us have kept talking about being intentional. I now crown it by saying you must have that dream that must be realized. So my history has been that of indigenous people, left behind, marginalized, traditionally, a lot of traditions along the way. And, but it didn't stop me from having my dream to become a lawyer by profession, the first among the women of the Maasai people. It didn't stop me from further becoming among the first to become a member of parliament, though I was crowned as representing the marginalized. It also did not stop me to end up becoming a senator and now a principal secretary for Justice, Human Rights, and Constitutional Affairs. So your dream is valid as a woman. And if I could break those barriers to walk without a shoe 50 kilometers to the nearest school, no water, no road, no nothing, then you can also break those barriers to become the woman leader and the politician you want to be. Now, let me speak from, now that is my background as an individual, but let me speak about the political parties, because I also became a member of the election board, rising through the ranks of a member to a secretary, to the chairperson of one of the largest parties in this country, ODM, and serving for a record of 12 good years in the leadership as a woman. I see a lot of members here from that party, and I know that they have seen the struggle and they have seen the place of women in political parties. If you have a very strong party, and I thank Madam, I'm here to get your name, Dorothy, for coming out strongly as a party leader. If you have a strong party that can support you, please stick there, because it is worth it, and make your difference within that party. I ran last time for the position of senator. Okay, I didn't get it, I'm still there. My friend, we will do it. But my party was able to give me a direct ticket. I didn't have nominations, courtesy of the service that I had done for the party for so long. In fact, having become the first woman member of parliament was still courtesy of my party for the service I was giving for my party in running elections. Then I went to the Senate. It was still courtesy of my party, recognizing that this is a woman that you can hold and she can serve. And in that Senate, I rose to the ranks of even serving as one of the assistant speakers of the Senate. And when I was campaigning, my party came out so strongly to give me materials, to give me financial support, and escorted me all the way. The members here know, courtesy of the service I had given to the party to serve in the election board of the party. So if you have that strong party, like the party that our sister has talked about, please make your mark there. Claim your space there. These parties do not just belong to the gentlemen, it also belongs to you. And you can claim your space. Then there is your space as a legislator. If God gives you room as a leader, take your space. Do not wait to be given. It does not come. Go for it, because you'll get it. Now, then I go to now the other aspects of the law. The Constitution of Kenya is one of the very progressive constitutions that is known in this world. It came out so strongly because we all wanted space, even as the marginalized had to come and say, we belong. Where is our space in this country? Everybody wanted. The women wanted to be heard. And where is our space in this country? And that is why we ended up having the 2/3 gender rule that has never been realized to this moment. I want to say, as Principal Secretary for Justice, Human Rights, and Constitutional Affairs, one of the mandates that I've ticked is how to realize the 2/3 gender rule for the women of this country. I have looked the president directed that there be a working group to give a way forward. And I've looked at their resolution, and they have said, can each political party ensure by the time you hand in candidates, those candidates must have the 2/3 gender rule balance before they reach to the main ballot box. But of course, those ones have challenges, because as women we know. They will say political parties give the 2/3, but you give the 2/3 of the most remote and most unreachable.
Yeah.
So we want the 2/3 to be a realistic 2/3, and the parties to come out and strongly support women to make sure that they come to succeed in those political parties. So I am closely trying to see how this is going to be implemented. The gender ministry is also working on it. It's a right issue, so I'm working on it. The president has pronounced himself. We are working on it. How do we realize the 2/3 gender rule in this country?
Thank you. Thank you.
But I want to say that over time, and one of the things that I've also undertaken as principal secretary, is that we are going to audit our constitution. Where are the gains? Where are the losses? And why are we losing? Why have we missed it out? So that at the end of the day, come that day of election, we'll have pronounced ourselves on the position of the woman in this country. We have also seen, as we do the index and as we check and do surveys, that right now we have women who are at the lower cadres of leadership. The chiefs, we now have women for the first time since independence. We have women who are administrators at local administration because of the rule that we must have women. The DCs, when cabinet comes up, we always check out where are we not complying in terms of appointments. So I want to say that we have a roadmap as to how our laws are going to be. The campaign financing law is also one we are working on. The illicit financial flows is another one, because we have a lot of money coming in that is illicit, that our brothers use, and we are not able to get it, and we don't have a level playing ground for women. Violence on women, the code of conduct must be adhered to by political parties and for all of us to be able to achieve. Let me give you just one bit of my experience, and I know that is your experience. When I went to run for Senate, and they said I was number 2, and number 1 is now at the Senate, in the last elections, one of the old people came, came in and said, and he was a gentleman, and he said, I have my vote for this lady of the Pareno's home, and I want to vote for her for that woman's seat. So he was asked, no, but she's not running for a woman's seat. Yeah. She's running for Senate. Because I was not running as a woman representative. Yeah. I was running for Senate. And he said, oh no, then tell her I'm sorry.
She can't get it.
I was ready to give her the women one. Why is she fighting for this one of the men?
Whoa. That's the mentality.
Our constitution does not specify any position to belong to a man. Our people need to be told. We need civic education. They need to understand, especially in our areas where people have not gone to school. They don't know how to interpret our constitution. We need to reach down to tell them that there is no seat in this country or any other country that is specified for a man.
Yeah, at the grassroots level.
At the grassroots level. Then what happened? The women went and they said, we are here, but we've been told that she's no longer running for Senate. She's running for the women's seat.
Propaganda.
So my vote, I lost a lot of votes because the men went and told the women who have not gone to school that, oh, she went for the women one. She's no longer running for this one. So they would go and look for my name, and then they put the senator where I am supposed to be, and then they go look for my name with the women rep. I am not there, and I lose the vote. So we have so much to do with our interior, how to educate our people, how to know that a woman also has space, and there's nothing that stops a woman from running for any political seat.
Thank you.
Maybe I can stop at that.
Yes, please, because we have gotten so much wealth from that background and from your experience. And I know there are people who have questions. Don't forget that you can still put in your questions. I want to come to your questions actually in the next 2 minutes. Allow me now to come to Mr. Joseph Kimani. And, you know, Denmark has supported civic participation and inclusive governance across Kenya. Now, from your perspective, what kind of programming should the donor community support to specifically address structural and economic barriers that are disappropriately, you know, affecting women's leadership, especially local governance? Because the grassroots is suffering. Yeah. So how have you helped, and what are the different steps?
All right. Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure being here. Whenever Oslo Center invites us to these kinds of things, our answer is always yes. It's been good listening to the stories of resilience and passion and hope, and I'm very glad to be here today. Now, over to your question. Denmark and indeed other members of the diplomatic community have been around for a while. I see my friend there, Margaret from Norway. I also see Angela from UN Women, and I know that a number of counterparts were here earlier in the morning. Behavior change is the first investment. When you talk about these barriers that you're talking about, these are barriers that have been existent for a long, long time. And the other thing with behavior change is that we must recognize that it indeed does take time. And for you to achieve behavior change, you have to invest in civic education. So that's one area that we have invested in, and we are not alone in this particular endeavor. So behavior change, and when you talk about civic education, it's about civic education right from the young ones, right to the old ones, in the process of political socialization, so that as we continue being socialized politically, we are being educated in ways that are progressive. That's the first one. The second one is participating in enabling Kenya's very progressive constitution. Indeed, and I'm sure perhaps all of us are aware of this, Kenya's constitution is one of the most progressive in the world. And so it provides a framework where what we are talking about today, at least on paper, can be advanced. So what we do as diplomatic communities to work with Kenya, work with state and non-state actors to work to actualize this very progressive constitution. Legal reform. A lot has been said about campaign financing. We are engaged in that. A lot has been said about the two-thirds gender rule. That's also work that we're involved in. So the working towards having an enabling legal regime is one of the endeavors that's very, very important. The third point, another word that has come up very strongly is networking. So we do indeed work with many groups here that are involved in putting women aspirants together, women candidates, and we partner up with them so that this community of practice can come together, share experiences, share contacts, share resources. That's also one of the areas that we are engaged in. One of them is called Vote a Dada, Vote for a Sister. And it's run by the Federation of Women Lawyers. I saw Virginia here from the Federation and other members. That's one of the areas that we're supporting. And I know we have had some beneficiaries of that particular program. I see some familiar faces. So that's one of the areas that we engage in. Another one is political parties work. And that's an area that we are very proud to have worked with Oslo Center on. Building internal structures to be inclusive. Because indeed, if the political parties do not provide the space for women to engage in an inclusive manner and equitable manner, then we are not going to have women getting elected, and we are not going to cure this long-standing problem. Supporting the voice, amplification of the voice of women in political spaces is another very, very important one. And in that endeavor, we work with the likes of the Kenya Women's Parliamentary Association. I see their outstanding chief executive, Mercy Mwangi, over there. And what we do with the women parliamentarians is that we work together, provide them with the spaces, we work together to provide spaces and to amplify their voice. And not just the women parliamentarians, but the ones that are also starting the game, you know, young women. And that's one of the programs that we've also worked with the Oslo Center on. Another area that we engaged in is public spaces. There is one very innovative event that takes place every year, the People Dialogue Festival. And I see my good friend there, Ruth Bolo. I see Deputy Party Leader for Kenya, Millicent, and others that we participate in the People Dialogue Festival in. That's a very good space where there is a forum where women in politics are able to come and share their experiences. They're able to come and interact with other members of the public and amplify their agenda. The other element, Kaleche, and I know your work is very, very, very difficult, and I don't envy you, is male champions, promoting male champions. Male champions in the room, your hand, the ones who are male champions for political inclusion.
Yes.
Yes, and I'm very proud to call myself one. So that's also another area of investment, because if we are to have these barriers gotten away with, we must adopt an all-of-society approach. Yeah. We must have men on board, we must have all of us on board. So male champions, and that's an area that we engage in very, very, very strongly. And finally, application of a human rights-based approach. And I'm delighted that PS, you are here, and your directorate, the State Department is a very, very powerful, perhaps potentially the most consequential in this country, because you handle human rights, justice, and constitutional affairs. So for us as Denmark, and indeed other members of the diplomatic community, we adopt a human rights-based approach, and you simply cannot have any legitimacy by excluding women in politics. So we must, of necessity, invest in endeavors to promote women in politics and to work very deliberately towards eliminating these structural and cultural barriers.
Wonderful. It's lovely to hear that there's so much being done. If you didn't know about the festival that he's talking about, it's a very powerful one. And, you know, meet him over lunch and just ask, how can I participate? You can come from any part of East Africa and participate. Now, we are still hoping that you have more questions for these guys. I want to take those questions again in the next minute or so. But right now, Dorothy, what internal party reforms should a party actually champion? Because at party level, it is critical to ensure that we are championing. And I know you've spoken about some of the things that you have done as a party, but here we're looking at what we can help other parties to actually think about to create a more enabling environment for women leaders. What are some of those things? Just give me very quickly, 3 points or 4 points maximum, very quickly.
Again, thank you very much. As I said, my party is very progressive, and it deliberately made a lot of changes in its constitution to ensure that we achieve the gender parity. For example, I don't know if this happened in Kenya, but it's very common in Tanzania for the Central Committee members and the National Executive Council members during internal elections to compete, as a chunk. We call them the basket members. Everyone applies for the position, you go ask for votes, then you are ranked from the top to the bottom. If it's 20, the line goes off. It doesn't matter if it's 20 men, off you go, you are members of the Central Committee. So what my party did, we divided our country into zones, and we made sure that in each zones, we must have 2 members, a man and a woman. The same from the Central Committee elections, the same for the National Executive Councils. So this ensured that when we go for these top decision-making bodies, the number of men and women equally will come up equally. We have not reached the 50% because we have the appointed members, but that's where we are heading. At least now, you know for sure, from each zone, you'll get a man and a woman in such a position. The other thing we did, we have been directed by our Office of the Registrar of Political Parties to have gender policies. But we ensure that our gender policy is not being implemented by the women wing, because most of the issues about gender, they're being pushed to the women wing, where the women wing don't have a lot of mandates, they don't have the funds, there's nothing much they can do. For us, the gender policy is put under, its implementation is put under the Secretary General. So he's going to be answerable of what has been done, the progress and everything. So we have a higher level which has to stand for and implement this gender policy. And we didn't want it to be just a document, we want it to be backed by action. Another thing which we ensure in my party is to make sure that all the appointments are 50-50. We have a secretariat, which is 60% women. We went forward in the past 5 years, we had a shadow cabinet. It was 50% women, 40% youth, but the women not given the common expected shadow ministerial posts. We had women as a foreign minister, shadow foreign minister, a woman as a finance minister, a woman as a defense minister, a woman as a home affairs minister. We also have a woman as the chair of the party board. In Tanzania, the party boards are the ones which own the political party. In case everything goes wrong, everything goes right, it falls with the board. And even our board is mostly, I think, 60% women. So we had institutionalized strategically activities, laws, standards in our constitution, which will ensure that we have more women at the decision-making table. And I want to repeat this, women are there in the political parties. Strong women, educated women, learned women, women who are good politicians. But they are always thought of as people would go there, prepare teas, and be in the committee for, social or advertising members and all that. But we deliberately pushed everything to bring women to the decision-making table. And on top of it all, we search for those women. They will they won't just fall from nowhere. You have to search for them. We scout those women, we groom them, and we give them those positions. I can give an example. Here we have, 5 years ago, our top leadership had only one woman, which was me. But this 2024, we had our elections, and we had to appoint a deputy secretary general, and we have her here, Esther Koth. She's here with us. It was deliberately done to ensure that the next election, the deputy secretary general, one of them must be a woman. And here she is, and she's doing very well. Awesome. We also ensure that when we look for member of parliament, we know it's a competition, but we know when women are there, they are groomed to win, they are supported, as she said, to win. We also have another member who is vying for the Kawe constituency, one of the largest constituencies in the city of Dar es Salaam. She's not from the outskirts, from the city of Dar es Salaam. Gloria, she's here. So we are really trying to make changes and pave the way of how political parties should look at women as leaders and not just cheerleaders.
So it starts from within, and that the constitution must be put right. Yes. And Shamim, if I can just ask, there's a question that has come here from Bakir Rashid, Kwale Youth Assembly, and she's saying, is there a glass ceiling barrier to female leadership? Is there a glass ceiling?
No.
No?
No.
No glass ceiling?
No.
We can push and go as hard as we can.
We can push, I believe, as women. Quick story. I come from an Islamic family. So with Muslims, I will refer to my dad. I'm not referring to any other Muslim in this room. But my dad was very active. So he went beyond the 4 wives that are allowed and stretched it to a number he thought was fit. So, so we have very, very many children, but he was lucky enough that 38 of the first are all boys.
What?
So yes, they're all boys. So I come in down here.
Wow.
And now in our house, my mom was the first. I'm going to make a very quick story.
Very, very short.
So my mom was the first wife. So being a first wife and with a very active husband who has gone beyond those numbers, you have to be you must be really grounded.
Right.
And I think I draw a lot from her. So it was the main home. So when we were going to school or coming back from school, it was the drop point and pick point. Now, because we were many, some of our other mothers forgot we got holidays or we were going back to school. So many at times you would find we were more than 30 plus kids in the same household. But remember, most of them are. So it was even a battle in that house to eat alone, putting food on the dining.
Yeah.
And for me as a girl to get it, if I didn't have enough energy and if I had respected the ceiling in the house that African men eat before we eat, I would be smaller or probably dead. So I made it an effort, and my mom was very, the way we were nurtured in that house is that my mom didn't fight your battles. She believed, she would ask you, am I your mother? If the answer was yes, she said, then you can do better. He can't bully you. I'm your mother. That was enough cue. So I ate first. Whether they were there or not, hey, I ate first.
I love this.
To this day, I tell people, when my husband was, I told him, if please, you don't try beating me, because I will beat you. You know, when you grow up with boys, throwing a punch is the simplest thing. Yeah. So I told him, sir, if you ever think I will throw an uppercut, you will die. So don't try it. But this is what I'm trying to say. That even in the house, I'm drawing that as an example, that as women, there shouldn't be ceilings for us. We need to take up these spaces and own them. Let's own these spaces. We have the capacity, we have the education for it, we have the ethics for it, and the integrity for it. They are not handing these positions to us. We earn them. And that is why sometimes, as Mama Miria said, I hate it when people think in my country that the whole affirmative thing is a gift. Okay, you know, it depends on how you choose to look at it. But I believe there is no ceiling. The most important thing that I see, or as I met other young girls, I'm a millennial, but as I met other young girls, is that let's not try to own spaces where we also know we don't actually meet the requirements for those spaces, because then it becomes a disadvantage for us. If you know that the requirement for running as a member of parliament is, let's say, I must have a bachelor's degree, don't make me out as a bad person when you come with a diploma, for example, because you already know you do not meet the threshold. So as women, let us prepare for these positions that we want. It is the other reason why I intentionally went into human resource. I am a consultant in the human resource space, and I'm very passionate about women. Sometimes when men are applying, I am very intentional about women. I like to progress the women. So usually find many of the panels on women. But let us prepare for these spaces. Let us have the confidence for it. Let us skill ourselves for that position. And really, there is no ceiling to it. I believe there is no ceiling to it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Amin. Now, as we wind up, I'm going to come to Honorable Pareno. There's a comment here that is coming from Senator Aspirant Kiambu County, Jane Kihungi, and she's saying, I am also experiencing the same things that you mentioned here. Some electorates are actually telling me to run for the women's seat and not senator, and it's choking me, but I am encouraged by you. So thank you so much for that. Now, I would like to also just come to a question. There's another, I think there's a question here for you from Janet Kibati, who is a Wiper Patriotic Front Party member. And she says that if you could kindly comment on the negotiated democracy that is a greater challenge to women aspirants in political parties. If you could just kindly share a small comment on that negotiated democracy that is a great challenge to women aspirants. Yeah.
Having been in those circles of running elections for so long, I know there was some disadvantage on women when it came to negotiating positions. Because most of the times, I would be running elections, but behind the doors, behind the scenes, people are negotiating out there, and the woman is the one who loses at the end of the day. So, but I still say, we had like the party, I resigned from being an official when I was given this position as PS. But our party had, the ODM party had the Women League with our president. Then they have an entire Women League from the grassroots all the way to national. And I know our women leader, our president, came out very strongly to actually negotiate on behalf of women, inclusive negotiating that we get direct tickets, inclusive negotiating that we get funding. But at the end of the day, when it came to the real seats, we lost it out because I had an outcry from a lot of them saying that they were very strong women. Some of who are here, I see her, my sister there. Very strong women who knew they could make it, and I've known her for long, and she's very tough. But somehow they said, we have negotiated, and we've agreed we are not filling candidates here, and we ended up losing. Wow. And I always kept saying, when I was running elections, that we kept suffering as a bigger party because we would negotiate, and at the end of the day, we tried to support one side and the other side, and at the end of the day, you are the ones who are losing. So it is not as tidy as it should be. But if it is negotiated for women, then I would agree. But if it is negotiated against the women, then I always would not agree. So we have problems. But what do I say? If you belong to, I'm not saying you must belong to a political party, but I have the experience of having belonged to a very strong political party. If you belong to a political party, please negotiate from the top to the end. What did we negotiate in our party? That a woman becomes a deputy party leader. What did we negotiate? That we negotiated that a woman is, like now, the current woman of the current chair of the current chair of the political party of ODM is a woman. Right. The current chair of the election board is a woman, the one who took after me. In fact, two took after me since, and they are women. When we have secretary generals, we have negotiated, we have one man, and you have a woman. So you negotiate your space right from up to down. That one we have managed. But when it comes to the actual positions as MPs and senators, that is where we lose because we don't get. We end up being disadvantaged. So it depends on what you're negotiating. On political parties leadership, we normally do well. Yeah. On membership of member of parliament, we don't do well.
So we need to find the balance. We need to find the balance.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Senator. Now, Kimani, as you wrap up now, as a development partner, we can see that the Royal Denmark Embassy is doing a lot to support women. Is there a possibility to have direct financial support to women to challenge the economic marginalization they face in politics? It's a question that's come from the audience.
All right. Well, that's because as a diplomatic community, there are certain limits as to how you can engage. So financing is one of them. You know, there are certain limitations that are there. So in terms of the financial, directly financing a candidate, and then there's a barrier there. But there's very important work of providing networking forums, you know, providing capacity. Those are important ingredients because it's not just exclusively money. You know, there are other elements that are involved, the ones that I articulated before. So I hope that definitely responds to that particular question.
Yes.
This is the last time I'm speaking.
This is it. We're wrapping and we
give
go
me
for
30
lunch.
seconds to just
30 seconds
to just say that. But from what you've been talking about here, I just want to. There is one. And I remember the 4th president of the United Republic of Tanzania, Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, when he was looking for votes, when he was vying the first time. You know, he had a very good mantra where he was urging the people that elect him and then he will implement his work with a new zeal, a rimpia. Joket, perhaps you're familiar with that as a member of CCM. Nguvu mpya, that is renewed energy.
Yes.
And then finally, kasi mpya, greater urgency.
Yes.
So it is my hope that all of you, as you live here, you will be energized and you shall live to implement with renewed zeal, arimpia, let's say together, arimpia.
Arimpia.
Enhanced strength, nguvu mpya.
Nguvu mpya.
And then finally, kasi mpya, greater urgency. Kasi mpya.
Kasi mpya.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. A round of applause for our amazing panel. Thank you, Ms. Dorothy Semu, the party leader, ACT Wazalendo Tanzania, Ms. Shamim Kavuma, executive member, NRM Women's League, and of course, Honorable Senator Judith Pareno, Principal Secretary, Office of the Attorney General in Kenya, and Mr. Joseph Kimani, Program Manager, Democratic Governance, Royal Embassy of Denmark in Kenya. A round of applause for them. One more time, you may take your leave. Thank you so much. So as they do take their leave, it is time for us to break for lunch. And lunch will be served on the 8th floor at the Eat restaurant. Now, what you will need to do is ensure that you collect your lunch voucher at the registration table. You can see a gentleman there called Geoffrey. He'll be handing those out. That is the only way you'll be able to access your lunch on the 8th floor. The VIPs, kindly let's go back to the VIP room. We will be able to tell you where your next step is. But thank you so much. Make sure you pick up that card. When we come back, we're going to try as much as possible to be back in here by 2:30 or 2:45 latest. And our third panel, which hosts amazing people, will be speaking on catalyzing a regional movement, building sustainable platforms for monitoring and advancing women's leadership in Africa. I tell you, you do not want to miss it. So kindly collect your vouchers, enjoy your lunch, and we will see you in the afternoon. Let's try as much as possible to make it back here by 2:40. Let me give you up to 2:40. That's an hour from now. And we'll see you then. Thank you very much. To network among yourselves, get to know who's doing what in their country and how it's working, and take some takeouts in the informal discussions you've had. Thank you for coming back so timely so that we can kickstart our afternoon section. For those of you who are just joining us, my name is Kalechi Mumo, and I am your moderator of the day. And it's been an exhilarating morning. We've had great conversations. We're here with the Africa Women Forum 2025, led by ENoP, the European Network of Political Foundations, implemented by the Christian International Democratic Center, KIC, and the Oslo Center, powered by the European Union. So we are honored. Now, before lunch, let's settle down. Let's settle down. Stories can come after, I promise. If we settle, we'll move faster and have time for stories. Okay? Thank you. Now, before lunch, yes, we had a look at policies, structural barriers, practical challenges that we have faced within individual countries. Now, this next session this afternoon is going to shift our lens to the regional level, how we can catalyze a movement across East Africa that builds sustainable platforms for monitoring and advancing women's leadership. But before we even meet our panelists, I want you to turn your attention to the screens to watch this short video.
Across Africa, the vision of equality has been written into our laws, our constitutions, and our policies. But the true test lies beyond the words on paper. It lies in action.
For me, a particularly singular honor to be the first president to swear in the first female Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya.
I, Martha Karambu Kome, Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya.
For decades, African nations have pledged commitment to gender equality. Policies have been signed, frameworks adopted, and declarations made. Yet the journey from policy to political power remains one of the greatest challenges of our time.
Equality Bill is making a second journey through the National Assembly. The bill suffered a humiliating fate at its first introduction a few months ago, as some male lawmakers were strongly opposed to it.
Resolved to promote Article 15, Article 19, and also Article 21, which gives women access to land. We've actually realized that the African women, 80% are employed by agriculture, but it's very unfortunate that they don't own the land.
Barriers still stand: cultural perceptions, systemic exclusion, and unequal access to resources. The gap between intention and implementation continues to hold back millions of capable women from taking their rightful place in leadership.
Because what we have to have as women to advance, there must be good political will. And this good political will be there when there is a good political environment. And this good political environment will be there when all the women will move together with one voice, cutting across our different political lines, political ideologies. We come together as women.
But the story is changing. Across the continent, women are breaking ceilings, rewriting narratives and redefining leadership.
Unaona mimi kama ni mtu wa kucheza na kazi. Mimi sicheki na sichezi masaa ya kazi.
To bridge the gap, we must move beyond promises. We must dismantle systemic barriers, invest in women's political participation, and create enabling environments, where leadership is not defined by gender, but by vision, courage, and the will to serve. Africa Women Forum 2025.
A round of applause as we now understand the role that those who went before us have actually delivered for us. We are now going into another session, and as I introduce our panelists, we're going to give them a chance to come up and say, give a 2-minute introduction. That is why the podium is there, before they take their seat, and we indulge into our panel. So are we ready? Are you ready for catalyzing a regional movement, building sustainable platforms for monitoring and advancing women's leadership in Africa? Are you ready? Yes. That's not a very encouraging yes. That means you enjoyed your lunch a bit too much. Are we ready? Yes, that's more like it. Remember we said we have to take this thing by force. Nobody is going to give it to us. We must take it by force. So let's get excited to have these conversations. All right, so as we start here, we are going to welcome up here to give us a bit of our afternoon's setting the pace as we start. And this is going to be our first speaker to give us just a 2-minute overview using the podium before taking a seat. Our first panelist brings extensive experience from the African Union and the United Nations, where she leads initiatives advancing women's leadership and gender equality across the continent. Help me welcome Antonia Gabala Sodon, UN Women Representative in Kenya. Remember, we clap until she gets here and gives us her overview. Welcome.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure being here and join the conversation. As it was already documented in the short documentary that we saw, we can see that the legal frameworks are in place. We can see that we have very powerful women in this room and on the continent. However, we can also see that the increase in the participation of women in politics on the continent is rather low. The question I've been asking myself with so many powerful women and with so many networks and platforms, how come that we cannot make that huge difference and shift and ensure that women can indeed influence the agenda of a continent? Not only the gender agenda, the women agenda, but the overall agenda of our continent. And so I'm looking forward to the conversation that we're going to have. And yes, I think it's going to be exciting. I heard that this morning was pretty lively session, so I look forward to the interaction this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. You can take a seat. Hey, we clap properly. Hey, this lunch you ate. Hyatt Hotel, you have done us justice, but it's affecting us. All right. Allow me now to welcome, joining this panel, a trailblazer in Ugandan politics. She is the country's first female leader of the opposition and a mentor for emerging women leaders. Most recently, she was honored with the 2025 NALFM Award for Intergenerational Leadership. Let's warmly welcome Honorable Winnie Kiza. They've stopped clapping. Lunch. This was lunch. So you can give us just an overview. Yes, welcome.
Thank you so much, Kareche. and I'm super excited to be part of this convening. I would like to thank KIC, the Oslo Center, for giving us this opportunity to congregate as women of Africa, as women of East Africa. It's so amazing the kind of women that are within the room, the energy that I see amongst the young people of this great continent of Africa, the amazing women who have done tremendous work. Maybe some of them, their work has not been noticed. I'm glad to the NALAFEM organization that awarded me that award for intergenerational co-leadership. I know that many women in here are doing amazing work. Your time is coming to be recognized. But I can tell you, the continent appreciates the work that you're doing. The world appreciates the work that you're doing. It's because of that work that we are all seated in this room. And I look forward to great conversations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Welcome. All right. Allow me now to welcome a panelist who is one of the key architects of Kenya's 2010 Constitution, which enshrined gender equality and affirmative action. With decades of experience in constitutional and political processes, he brings valuable insights on regional mechanisms for strengthening women leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, Secretary General of the Jubilee Party. Remember, we keep clapping. Welcome, welcome, sir. Yeah, do you have a short message you want to share? Yes, please, by all means, by all means.
We say it in Kenya, hamjambo.
Hatujambo.
I'm delighted to be here. More of it is to learn, because there is always something new that we can learn. There is always need to create more opportunity for women into leadership. I took a part in the really transformation of that aspect in this country, sometimes around 2010, 2007 to 2010. I don't think we've moved much, I don't think we made better strides after that. And there is a lot that needs to be done. There is a lot that needs to be, we need to ensure that the gains we have are not lost. But there are lessons that I believe we learned then that can still be useful now. And I'm happy to be part of this, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome. In her role at the Office of Deputy Director of Partnerships, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties in Kenya, this lady is coming to share her insights on the initiatives of strengthening inclusivity in party governance with a focus on women and other special interest groups. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Deputy Director, Partnership, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties in Kenya, Beatrice Muthoni Nderi. Welcome. Karibu sana. You can give us a brief overview. They forget us short people. There you go. Just hold it.
Yeah, some of us are very down to earth. And we are happy about it. And I'm here to ask a question. Could it be a narrative that is always made by men, that this story of that we have a patriarchal society?
Okay. Good
It's
question.
there.
Good question. It is there.
Who made it? Culture. Who made that culture?
The people. The people.
God created man first. Thank you so much.
Oh.
I'm happy to be here today, and I need to appreciate Oslo Center for considering the Office of the Registrar to be part of this panel, because as I've said, we need to decipher this narrative of women are more than men in our countries. But then, when it comes to elective post and leadership position, something happens, some magic happens. and we find ourselves now, we are the minority. So I don't want to say much right now, but we need to have this conversation and we need to change the narrative. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And welcome, Beatrice. Yes, the narrative must be changed. Also joining us on this panel is a woman who represents the European Union's mission in Kenya, where she manages the political and public information section. Welcome, Ms. Christina Barrios, from the delegation of the European Union to Kenya. A round of applause for her as she comes up. We know the drill, we know the drill, we know the drill.
Thank you so much. It is my first event in Kenya.
Oh, wow.
I am only 2 weeks old.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. And it is really an honor to be here with you and learning, as it was mentioned by our panelists. I think he is also honoring us with his presence in this panel. And I think it is the question of leadership that is going to be really interesting to address here. This morning you had with us the ambassador of the European Union, a woman, exemplary leadership. We have in the European Union a president of the European Parliament who is a woman. We have the president of the European Commission who is a woman. And we have even my minister, the high representative, so the top diplomat, if you want, of the European Union, who is a woman. So we have all this women leadership. And what we can do is share. I think we are here to learn, and I am really honored to be in the African environment so that we can all learn together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. So if we can clear the podium now so that we can get into this panel. Thank you so much, team. You know, we still need men, yeah? We can't do without them either, right? So a round of applause for our gentlemen who are here to help us. Yeah. Thank you so much. So this discussion is really taking us into a place where we really want to build on sustainable platforms for monitoring and advancing our women's leadership. Now I know the panel is big, we are many, but we are going to try very, very hard to work at everyone getting their voice heard and saying what they have to say. So because we are many, I'm going to ask that we get to the point faster, because building also means that you learn how to build smarter, isn't it? Right? So I'm going to ask my panelists kindly if we can really work at getting to answering the questions, because these amazing people also have more questions for you. And it would be a shame that we leave them without getting the questions answered. However, team, I know in the morning there are questions we didn't get to answer, but they have been taken into account and have been spread out to the specific people who you asked those questions, and the teams that have come together to make this forum happen are going to ensure that you do get the answers sent back to you. So don't lose hope. Do ask your questions. You will get your answers. Because at the end of the day, we want to build. So if we throw our hands up in the air, who loses? We do, right? We're not quitters, are we? We're not quitters, are we? Great. So keep the questions coming. You will get your answers at some point, okay? So as we kickstart this amazing topic, and I know that there's so many things that we can say. I want to start with Antonia. I know you can't see me, so I want to move my seat so that you can see me better. There's a thing about talking to people when you can see their face. The hotel rearranged our chairs, and now I can't see you, but I must see you. So give me a minute so that I can see you. All right? Guys on this side, forgive me. I just need to see. I need to see them. Yeah? Yeah. You can see them. That's important. Correct. Okay. So, Antonia, as I start off with you, drawing from your experience and working with the African Union, Union of Women, UN Women, the question I have is really about practical steps. What practical steps do you believe are most critical to ensure that the regional platforms for advancing women's leadership in Africa are not just established, but actually sustainable and resilient in the face of political and social change?
Thank you so much. And it's going to be very difficult for me to be very short about
I
this
will,
because
but you will
it's so
try.
passionate. But no, this is a question that I had to ask myself along my career with the AU, and this issue of sustainability is key. And to ensure that regional platforms for advancing women leadership are not only created but remain sustainable and resilient, I have a checklist. I have a checklist of 3 interlinked elements that are critical. We need to ensure that there is institutional anchoring. We need to ensure that there are strategic partnership and an accountability mechanism in place. One example that I will share with you to make it concrete is the experience that I had in West Africa with the West Africa Civil Society Forum. Why this experience, why was it successful? WACSOF is anchored within ECOWAS. And WACSOF, and this is the beauty of alliances. WACSOF is composed of 1,000 NGO, civil society organization, majority of them being women. So institutional anchoring, partnership, strategic partnership, and I believe that the institutional anchoring provides them with legitimacy, continuity, and even protection from political transitions because they are known by the regional organization and they are acknowledged by the Africa Union. What it means is that they are able to bring the voice from the grassroots level, community level, to the national level, to the regional, and to the continental, making sure that women's voices are heard at the highest. One concrete example that I can give in terms of major achievement that shows that when a platform is sustainable, it is a pathway for transformation, is the dialogue that took place within women in mining communities in Burkina Faso, working closely with the women, the regional mining association, to make sure that ECOWAS was adopted, a charter of women participation in the mining industry in West Africa. So for me, this is major impact. So when I'm looking at the platform, to make sure, do we partner or don't we partner? I first look at institutional anchoring, strategic partnership, and accountability mechanism. Accountability is important at the national, at the community level, particularly when you have local development, at the national level, but more importantly, at the head of state level. WACSOF was able to put into place a monitoring matrix that gives them a lot of credibility, since when they go to the heads of state meeting, they come up with the concrete results, but they also come up with the gaps. And they are able to pinpoint to the state members that have not, deliver on gender equality and women empowerment. Thank you. Is that enough?
Yeah, no, you've done well. You've done well. If we keep it at this pace, everybody will speak and share deep information. Thank you so much, Antonia. You've got the pace. You've set the pace, and I appreciate. You've remembered something.
What is key also with WhatsApp is that discussion that they have with the youth, the intergenerational dialogue and handover. We have to be able to hand over to the next generation. This is key for sustainability.
Yes.
And it is very key that we do acknowledge and prepare the leaders of tomorrow, particularly the young women of tomorrow. I'm seeing a lot of Gen Zs here and really rely on you.
You are the future, and we know it. Thank you so much for that. Coming to you, Honorable Kiza, as Uganda's first female leader of opposition, and recently, you were recognized for the 2025 NALFM Award. It's intergenerational leadership. That means there's something great that they have seen with what you're doing, and these people are really looking forward to hearing more about it. So how would you say your experience and that of other women who have triumphed in political leadership shape the creation of sustainable regional platforms to provide guidance and especially mentorship to emerging women leaders across East Africa? Earlier, you heard that there's still that pull her down, and it's women against women. So there's something that you've done to mentor. We need to learn. Please share. should be one on your seat, but yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you so much once again, Kaleche. And thank you to those who enabled us to be in this room. Because our congregating here enables us to rethink, to reimagine, to relearn, and to reconnect, most importantly, so that we can be in a position to change the narratives, shape pathways for catalyzing women's leadership. And like you have said, the biggest challenge that we have as politicians, most especially politicians who are women. My sisters talked about women not wanting to leave space for the young ones even when there is the affirmative action, women trying to pull others down so that they remain afloat. It's a lived reality. It's a lived reality. Yes, there are women who have wanted to just stick on to the seat and they don't give opportunities for young people to emerge. There are those who have not been intentional on mentoring young people so that they are competent enough to take up the spaces of leadership. Yes, there are some of us who have been intentional, and there are many in East Africa who have been intentional on ensuring that they recruit, they mentor, they nurture, and see these young people emerge to take up positions of influence. What is the biggest challenge that women in politics face? And it is this challenge that we must also see how we get to address to enable them, nurture, mentor, inspire the emerging leaders. Women who get into positions of influence, they do amazing work. Their work is seen up there and we celebrate them when they are in offices. But many times, when they are forced out of office, nobody ever thinks of reaching out to them. They die in silence. Some of them are told, you are now tired, go back home and dig. Go back home and take care of your grandchildren. Actually, they even call them expired. And so, many of them fear to go and be relegated to the caregiving work, to being grandmothers, to being farmers, and they die in offices. As a result, they are forced out. When they are forced out, they have spent every penny that they had as they were trying to run for office. They find themselves empty, nothing to begin from, nothing to start life from, and therefore nobody goes out to look for them. Yes, they are there doing amazing work, and we are all over in the East African community. But the other problem that we have is that we are doing our work in silos. Win is doing her work alone in Uganda. Senator Ruth is doing her work alone in Nairobi. Dorothy is doing her work alone in Tanzania. And we are all doing great work, but it's not coordinated. And so for me, this forum, I find it as an opportunity for us to engage and see where did we go wrong. How can we pick up the pieces? The systems have swallowed their own daughters. That we are only now thinking of picking the breadcrumbs. Seated in this room are the women who can now begin to reimagine, to rethink, to re-strategize how we can catalyze women's leadership and put it at the center. Where possibly the Miriam Matembes, the Martha Karuas, thought where women should be when they were thinking of that great movement of the women. And it's my desire to see the women get there. Wow. That is why when I became leader of the opposition, the first female leader of the opposition since independence in Uganda, I looked out for women who could possibly mentor me in that position. Yeah. There was none on the African continent. I realized while women are in leadership, majority of them fear to be on the opposition because of the challenges that women face. You are facing challenges of tribe, you are facing challenges of culture, you are facing challenges of religion, all these challenges that women face. Then you add on another baggage of being on the opposition. It's terrible. Women can't stand it. I couldn't get a mentor. And so when I was trying to look out for these women who had been their trailblazers that we were hearing about, in whose shoulders we really had to be firm, I said, now where do I get them? They weren't there. And then that's why I said, I must take a deliberate step to be a mentor.
Well done.
I left willingly and at a time when I was more popular.
That's it.
And I said I will be intentional to mentor emerging leaders so that together we can be heard. And I want to thank the young people who are coming from Uganda. The unfortunate bit is that we are doing it in silos. And so for me, why I'm so excited about this forum is that we can come up with a mechanism that collects all these trailblazers wherever they are. And we use maybe the Women's Forum, African Women's Forum, as a peer review mechanism, as an accountability mechanism. Where are we going wrong? Can we look out for these seniors and we tap from their wealth of experience? Right. You saw how Miriam Atembe fired up the room. Yes. I'm sure there are so many trailblazers in Kenya here who have just been forgotten, and the young people cannot know them. But can we always find those moments, maybe on an annual basis, or maybe on biannual basis, and we bring the young people together with the old people, and they begin telling them on what their aspirations were. You heard how the affirmative action is being challenged. Even women are saying, I think we have overlived, affirmative action has overstayed its welcome. Just because they don't know how it started and why it was started. But can we always have these opportunities of bringing the young people in the room? They share their passion with the young people, with the old people. They share their challenges with the old people. I'll call them old because, yes, we are old. While my sister wanted to call us
seasoned.
Seasoned, yes, we are seasoned. But you know, we have not gotten the chance of sharing within this seasoning. The seasoning must be tested. Yeah. The seasoned leaders also want to offload their challenges. Yeah. They want to share with you what they have gone through, what they have to share. Give them opportunity. Mentorship is expensive. Yes. Mentorship is draining. So you need an opportunity. You need a platform that can help you to do it.
Wow. Thank you so much, Honorable Kiza. And it is indeed true. I love what you said, that even as we are in positions, you need to know when to leave. You need to know when to leave on a high. Over lunch, I was having a conversation with one of the members, and they were like, why did you leave radio? And I said, it was time to leave and move space for the next person. I left on a high. And now I'm mentoring. That's what I do. So this is very encouraging to me as well. I'm mentoring. So thank you so much for sharing that. Now, coming to you, Honorable Kioni, the 3 East African states represented here today clearly seem to be experiencing the similar challenges that they've talked about. It seems to be very similar across cut. And of course, being Africans, there's cultural things that we all seem to face, economic, structural. They all seem to be very, very similar. So, as one of the architects of the Constitution of Kenya in 2010, which enshrined gender equality and affirmative action, how do you assess the progress Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania have made within their constitutional frameworks in translating specific guarantees into real sustainable leadership opportunities for women? Have we grown? Have we backslided? What are we doing? You have a clear overview from where you sit to tell us how we are doing.
Thank you. One of the provisions in our 2010 Constitution was that everywhere you sit, you must always ensure that you have a 2/3 gender rule. And I see that we have violated that provision in this conference.
It's for women, so yes.
Including those of us seated here. And even as we do party politics. One of the things that we are struggling with every time we sit and want to talk to people, they first of all do a calculation and say, if not fulfilled, can you bring more women on board? That's a discussion I think I had yesterday with a lady seated here called Age Obudia, who is in our party. But I think that we have made progress. And like I said, the Kenyan scenario, we made some useful strides back in 2010, where we were able to move the presence of women in political leadership to about 23%. But that has not been moving, has not been increasing at all. It's like it is now stagnant there. And even as we celebrate the 23% and we celebrate the 34%, I think, in Uganda, that 7% in Tanzania, I think Rwanda is 50-50. There is need to think of how can we make more gains. And one of the things, one of my experiences which I think we keep forgetting during the making of the Kenyan Constitution was that those who made those gains, Mother Karua and others, I mentioned because I have heard her, you mentioned her. There is Phoebe Asio, Charity Giro, all of them. One of the things that I saw them do very quickly was to become pragmatic. And they stopped, in a conference we were in, they stopped being idealistic, they became pragmatic, and they made the men who were seated in that hall their allies. And that alone helped the country make strides into bringing women into elective leadership. We will still need to do that because, like, for example, we need to do a law to actualize the two-thirds gender rule in this country. And we have tried for the last, maybe now 15 years going. I tabled a number of those proposals on the floor. And the men never bought, they never agreed to back them. But while we may want to quite blame the men, I think our approach needs to be improved. And especially when women are campaigning for the passage of those kind of registration. We need to be, because the rooms are still male dominated. Yeah. How do you deal with them? And some of them come with a cultural inhibitions and say, no. We, in our culture, we still don't allow women to take that kind of position. So we need to think more of how do we make men our allies as opposed to come, fighting with them for those spaces. Yeah. But I think also what has been mentioned here is very important. To ensure that as you walk around, and those who are here who are in leadership, as you walk around, who is that younger person who is with you, walking with you daily, just learning, not even saying anything. I learned this from Norway, that every senior politician has a young person behind him who just learns good mannerism, political mannerism from that person. Yeah. And they will naturally come and take over. That's something that I think we need. But as a region, we made gains. We can do better. Yeah. I believe we can do much better. And I agree with the speakers who have said that when we have women leaders in positions of influence, more people benefit. The country seems to make better strides, both economically and in many ways.
Thank you.
But there's still a lot that needs to be done.
Definitely, there's a lot that needs to be done. A round of applause for Honorable Kioni. Even as we continue this conversation, yes, making the men our allies is something that I think a lot of times when affirmative action was born, we were accused of fighting and just making noise. But we're educated, we're smart, we've worked hard. It is possible to come back and say, okay, what strategies can we put together that we know how to approach these men in a way that they will sit and listen? Because as women, your wives, there is a way you know how to talk to your husband, is it? Is it not? And you know that if I speak this way, he won't listen. If I speak this way, he will listen. So the approaches of your partner can also be applied in your work life. I like that kind of mentality. So Beatrice, if I come to you now in your capacity as the Assistant Registrar of Political Parties, you're the Deputy Director here for Partnerships, right? And you've been in different places where you've seen inclusion being initiated, and especially for special interest groups and for women in party governance. How can that knowledge exchange among even just the political party regulators across East Africa strengthen women's leadership and ensure that we do retain that regional consistency? Because we're here saying as East Africa, we need a regional consistency. So there definitely has to be a way that we can bridge that gap. How can that exchange help us become better with regional consistency in promoting gender equality?
Thank you for that. And in Kenya, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties have ensured that the two-third gender rule is realized in especially the governance structures of political parties. And as you rightly ask, how can this be shared? And as an office, we have been receiving other jurisdiction coming to learn from us, because we are among the first countries that have an independent Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, whose mandate is to register, regulate, and also administer the political parties fund. And this is the same even with the Tanzania, but for Uganda is domiciled within the elections management body. With this, I believe that we can enhance this by having maybe knowledge hubs for the women. And if I take, for example, in Kenya, where we have women leagues, they can be able to exchange what they have with their counterparts in maybe Tanzania and Uganda. The same can happen even with the dialogue platforms like the one we have in Kenya, the Political Party Liaison Committee. And we can even have peer exchange visits where we are able now to go and learn from even the countries, even from the smallest structures of political parties within those countries, and see how they are enhancing the participation of the special interest groups, especially the women. The other thing that I believe we can do collectively is building capacity building platforms. And with this, something like what is happening now, we can have search for, especially those women who want to vie in the elections that are upcoming. And I will take an example of Kenya. The last general elections that we had in 2022, there were some very powerful women, and one was identified here earlier. And you find that we have this behavior of when we start the electoral cycle, it's like we forget that there are candidates that were there, and some didn't win because this was a competition. But these are the already baked candidates who's now are ready to take these positions. Maybe just something happened and they didn't take the position. So we leave them and then we go through the electoral cycle, pre-electoral cycle, up to the post, and we are not minding about their business. Then by the time we come, they have even lost hope. They don't even want to vie. We start it again. And I believe we should have like an academy of those women who already have vied, and they would want to still go for the same position. The other thing is the quotas. We have the nominated women MCAs, like in Kenya, and they go for nomination for 5 years. Then after that, some of them will still wait to be nominated in the next electoral cycle. But if we were to take these women and package them to go for the elective seat, I think it would be easier. And these are low-hanging fruits, because these are people now who know the terrains of a campaign and what it takes to go for elections.
Okay, there's a lot that's being done, and of course, it means that even in this room, there's opportunity for more cohesion, more discussion, more exchange. Thank you so much for sharing. Christina, the European Union, of course, has been a very strong champion for gender equality and inclusion. And this is clearly reflected in its continued support for Africa, and we are grateful for that. Now, how do you see the European Union continuing to support women's political leadership and progress towards gender parity in this region? I know you just arrived, but I'm sure you have a vision for us. Yeah.
Thank you, Kadesh, and thank you, fellow panelists. I'm really looking forward to the discussion and to learning more from the different countries that are represented. But I also have to say I'm not a politician, I am a civil servant. But as a civil servant, I am constantly having to do things to deliver. Sometimes I think it is also a matter of let the facts speak. Women deliver. When we see the teachers, the mothers, the different positions in society, the examples that we have mentioned here, I think this is already quite telling. As European Union, of course, we have policy frameworks, we have a gender action plan, but then we have to implement the action plan as well.
Yeah.
So we also have to deliver on that. And my role, for example, with my colleague Lina here, is to look at how in Kenya and in the region we can work on that. We can maybe discuss a little bit more about the specificities, but also because the discussion is quite political and the European Union is also run by politicians, I can dwell a little bit more and share on how, for example, our president got to have a commission where there is parity. So we have the European Commission, which is a political and administrative body that has political appointments. We have 27 commissioners. And the President von der Leyen, after the European Parliament elections, said, I want to have at least half. So these quotas, also relating to the quota issue, is not really written anywhere. But because of the political drive and the history that she had carried, she tried to do this. It was harder, I share with you, this time in 2024, last year, it was harder for her than when she did it in the previous time, 6, 7 years before. So she used some techniques, and I think this is quite interesting for us because we're observing also some details. She asked all the different European member states, okay, you have to appoint, at least give me in the nominations, if you don't directly appoint a commissioner who is a woman, at least in the nominations you have to give me 2 candidates, a man and a woman. And the member states of the European Union did not give names of women. Many didn't. And then the summer ended, and she was supposed to start the European Commission new mandate, and then the pressure was high. Come on, appoint your commissioners. And she said, I don't have enough. She ran the schedule. She let it go. She delayed even the beginning of the work of the European Union so that the member states could deliver. So in the end, we ended up with 14 who are men and 13 who are women. We pressed the European countries, and we keep on learning. I can share some more. I come from Spain in southern Europe, the closest country to Africa. But I think in this region, you mentioned many exemplary women, and I am really looking forward to learning. With a colleague this morning, I said, okay, teach me some Swahili. I'm trying. Asante for the patience. So she told me the wanawake. I said, wanawake what? And she said, wanawake wanaweza.
Oh, lovely. Lovely.
So let's go ahead and the networking, I think, really important, and that we continue sharing, and this we are all together.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. A round of applause for her. She's 2 weeks in. Now she knows wanawake wanaweza. Women can, and yes, you can. Thank you so much for that, Christina. Now, Antonia, despite the many frameworks and commitments at regional and national levels, women's leadership in Africa definitely still faces some structural resistance, right? So where are we going wrong, and how can we remedy it?
No,
Yeah.
Thank you so much. No, first of all, I just want to convey my admiration to you and to all the women that are in politics, because it's a lot of sacrifice and it really isn't easy, and you are the change makers and inspiration indeed. When it comes to, there is a contradiction. You know, when you look at Africa, we have the most progressive frameworks on paper when it comes to women participation and women leadership. Even our national action plans on women, peace and security are very progressive compared to the rest of the world. And our brother here shared the 2/3 gender rule. Yeah. So it is not for lack of commitment. We do come up with amazing frameworks, but the challenge, and you all know it, is into implementation. So here, why do we have this challenge? And I would say that, and you can see it in Africa, we are between modernity, but also tradition. And those barriers that I'm sure that you have identified, those very heavy cultural, social norms, is what is pulling us down. And there is some changes, but it takes so much time. And I can see among the young men, the Gen Z, they are fantastic. They are willing to make space for their sisters. But what we have, and I'm sorry to say that, is that we have this conflict of generation, and this conflict also with young women and women wanting to take their space, and young men wanting to take, but those old politician men that are holding on to it. So it is natural that one generation need to make way for others. So that dialogue is the very difficult one. And having newly arrived in Kenya 7 months ago, I'm observing it happening here. And whatever will happen in Kenya will inspire what will happen probably on the rest of the continent. So we are having this challenge and between, gender, sexes, male and women, but also generation between younger men and younger women and the older generation of politicians. So the challenge is structural, cultural, and systemic. But we do know that the patriarchal norms are deeply entrenched, and we observe that. I've observed that so much within political parties. Whether in West Africa, wherever you go, you still have this thinking that politics, leadership is the preserve of men. And I also have observed that women are very loyal. They stick to the party and the rule of the party, and they are there pushing the men within the party, but not even thinking about themselves. And so that loyalty to the party is something that is so typical to women, to the extent that it can even take precedence over themselves, but also a bigger woman agenda at the national level. What would be amazing for me to see as UN Women Country Rep is to see women from the opposition and women in government coming together around a women empowerment and youth empowerment agenda. This would help us really bridge that divide and push for some change. So this loyalty of women to the party is something that is there, and it is one of the barriers, women themselves, but also it is not easy. What we have observed a lot recently is violence against women in politics. You were showing the picture of the Chief Justice of Kenya, Chief Justice, and when I arrived, I was so shocked about the level of violence that was applied against her. So violence against women in politics is something that we are observing that is taking place more and more, including young women in politics. I've also witnessed young women walking on the street to claim their right and being faced attacked, with force. So this is, to us as UN Women, as we are observing, another way of pushing women away from the political scene, for dissuading them by saying to them that if you work for your right, if you want to be in politics, you will be met by violence. So there has to be a dialogue around that. So we have these beautiful frameworks, but there's a total lack of accountability and commitment from government.
In fact, it's good that you brought that up because I see there's a question that has come from the audience still around that, around sexual corruption, sexual harassment of elected women in politics. And the question is, what is the UN Women doing to support this, both in Kenya, in Nigeria, and the rest of East Africa? Is there something that you're working on to support this?
Yes, I mean, we have been documenting this high level of violence in order to inform our strategies and programs. But from where I stand, where we need to have we need to have a strong movement of women coming together. As UN Women, you know, we are an institution.
Yes.
We cannot be there. And so it is, we are trying to support a strong movement building in order to really fight what is happening. And women have been fighting when it was time to fight. You know, war of liberations.
Yes.
Women were at the forefront.
Yeah.
In conflict, prevention of conflict, women are at the front. So when it comes to that, how come women cannot come together to fight what is happening? And women from all, walk of life, be there in power, be there in politics, be there in civil society, I still do believe in the female movement. They are the ones that have driven the agenda. It has died down. I do not know why. Maybe our women are also becoming comfortable. Women in politics are there for themselves. I'm sorry, not all of them, but that is what I've observed. And as long as everything is okay here, this is fine. But let's try to rekindle that consciousness and that women movement, our aunties, our mothers, you know, those earlier activists, they knew how to come together. And pull others, but we seem to have forgotten that. And there's a lot of things to learn here. The solidarity between women that you mentioned earlier. And I really like that idea that you share, having a platform of women for the sub-region to come together in solidarity. And also women after politics, what do they become? So that network is important, that platform that holds people accountable. In terms of accountability, it is very difficult to hold government accountable. But I believe there's the woman movement, but also, I remember in Kenya there used to be a gender scorecard. I'm not quite sure. Maybe you can guide me here whether that gender scorecard is being implemented.
No?
But that is also important. And maybe I'm pushing it a bit far, but what if development partners were linking their funding to government also promoting women in leadership?
That's a
challenge. I don't know. I don't know. I'm maybe dreaming, but this is one of the thinking that I had. But to me, the alliance formation is critical. And beyond the Women in Politics alliance, we need to also, you know, men are very good at networking. When you look at the men in politics, they know how to network with men in business. But us women, we just stay here. Why don't we network with women in businesses?
In fact, that brings me to a question for Honorable Kiza, because as a woman in that political scene, I think this is a question that you can help us answer. Is it that as women to women, we don't see a need to support each other? We've been told all sorts of things, and it doesn't, I don't even think it's unique to politics. This is generally women thriving in leadership in almost all positions, is that we are accused of not being able to work with each other and see the good. If you do good, Honorable Kiza, I succeed. Even if I'm in Kenya, if you do good where you are, it is a foot forward for all of us. So I'm not sure how that is affecting us, because are there no opportunities for this to be done? Is it a mentality shift that we need to take as women? Do we, as experienced women, need to speak differently to the next generation? I know this is a difficult question to ask, but I really feel that this is a discussion we need to have, so that we are also seeing where the gaps are.
Thank you so much, Kalechi, once again. The question is not a very difficult one, but it takes us back to intentionality.
many of the women, and possibly the purpose why many of the women join politics. Some women join politics to be comfortable, earn money, and continue with life. While others, yes, want to join politics to contribute to changing the situation that women are in. Unfortunately, those who are intentional on changing the situation, changing narratives, changing circumstances of women are few. And that's why the Honorable Miriam Matembe alluded to the fact that many women are now on the table as the menu and not as representatives. They sit on the table and they are comfortable. And even when there are opportunities for women-to-women mentorship, those women who are in leadership or who come to leadership with the mentality of I have arrived, it is my time to eat, they have had their time, will not show up for mentorship. Yeah. I remember in our country, we were given new members of parliament. You know, for my decided not run to mentor. So the caucus of the women in parliament reached out to us with support from the UN women, and they said, come and mentor. So we got into the room, and each new member of parliament was asked, choose amongst these women here, the one that you want to be your mentor. I was given a couple of women, and I was determined. I was burning. I said, now this is the opportunity for me to mentor. I didn't care which political party you were coming from. Because even right now as I mentor the young people, the emerging leaders in Uganda, I don't care which political party they come from. I come from one of the opposition political parties, Alliance for National Transformation. But I have been carrying out trainings under KIC, Women Democracy Network, for other young women from even the ruling party. And when they got party tickets, I congratulated them on my Twitter X handle, and I got bashing from those people in the opposition. How do you congratulate them? I said a woman is a woman, no matter which political party she's in. Yeah. Me, my political party, to begin with, is a woman. And then secondly, when they are nurtured and they are mentored, in whichever space they are in, they will shine. And we want them to shine. So these opportunities are there. The unfortunate bit is that they are minimally funded. Organizations that are doing these women-to-women mentorships are really struggling with finances. If I can give an example, we have these regional groupings. We have Akina Mama wa Africa, we have Femnet, we have Women Democracy Network Africa, we have many organizations, but each one of them is being country-specific. And then they are also finding challenges of financing. Majority of them were affected by the Trump administration cuts on support to civil society organizations. And so you will find, like I said at the beginning, that mentorship is expensive, mentorship is time-consuming, mentorship is draining. Remember, the women we want to mentor, the women we want to nurture, are still facing the challenges that majority women go through as they want to ascend into leadership. The caregiving, the stereotypes, the cultural backlash, the societal expectations of women. And so even the time for them to concentrate on mentorship is limited.
It's not there.
So while the opportunities might be there, yes, the women are not showing up. But I do believe that there will always be time for everything. Yes. And like you have been challenged, this could be the time. That using the Africa Women's Forum, we can then say, let's ask ourselves, where have we gone wrong? Can we reignite the zeal that the giants on whose soldiers we have been standing used when they were advocating for women's emancipation and also advocating for the quotas that have made us comfortable? I do believe that we can, like she said, women, we can. We shall continue mentoring, we shall continue nurturing, and I know
Africa and East Africa will continue having great women, amazing women who will shake the world.
Wonderful.
And I want to conclude by using possibly Henry Ford's words, that coming together is the beginning. Keeping together is progress, but working together is success.
That's right.
And so this forum accords us that opportunity to come together, keep together, and keep working together for the success of the women's movement.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kiza, for those powerful, powerful words. Indeed, working together is it. So I want to go over to Honorable Kioni. We have a question that has come from the audience, and they are asking, how best then can we as women make men our allies without them misunderstanding or trying to take advantage of us, but instead work with us and enable us to be effective in our different roles? I know it's a tough question because you're the only man on the panel, but it can only be you who can answer the question. Is there a way that we need to change the way we approach to network with you, make men our allies?
As I answer that, let me also throw in something else that is useful, which has helped this country, and that's litigation. I think our courts, and especially the Kenyan judiciary, has been very courageous in making some very bold decisions. And as women, we need to make use of public litigation more. Some of the areas that we think are still lacking, we need to go to court and seek for interpretation. And by, we continue making some gains. As we sit here, you know, the Kenyan Parliament is still declared unconstitutional by the Chief Justice. Not an easy thing to implement, but it's something that you can keep juggling it. I know when people see it, they always talk about it and look for ways to try and perhaps satisfy it. But making men allies is, I know it can be taken in many ways. But what I saw and what worked, and I'm talking about something, and I don't know how we'll ever be able to get this across. If it wasn't the change of attitude by the women, for those who know this country, for those women who were seated in Naivasha with members of parliament, 27 of us, there would not have been anything in our constitution today. I don't know who talked to them, but all of a sudden, the confrontational attitude that has characterized the clamor for our constitution and the two that was dropped by the ladies, and they now started saying, can you help us get this vote? Help us. So they were able to get more votes on their side, and eventually those, let me say of us, I wasn't part of them, but those of us, those of the men who are opposed to it, even as we were going to Naivasha, because I come from a next place in the country with a cultural background that is so hostile towards women, they were able to, deal with that aspect. So it is more of working as a team and sometimes even targeting that hostile man and, dealing with the person. And I've been in parliament, I know some very hostile individuals, I don't want to drop names, but I could see them passing bills before, which were very, very difficult to pass. Right. And that aspect of persuasion must be there. That pragmatism must be there, because we need to make sure that the gains that we have made are not lost. You have seen I think the fourth president saying that he's the first to name the Chief Justice. These gains, we make them and we again lose them. But let me also add this, because I think it is coming in our next general election. I sit in the political party's office, Jubilee Party, and up to date, the women who've been coming to approach our office with an intention of running 2027, 80% of them are in the category of Gen Zs.
Wow. So that is definitely a reason to clap.
Generation ladies, beware. These Gen Z ladies are not the ones we were used to there before. They are clear in their minds and they are determined. And they are not being inhibited by the issue of finances and the rest. When you hear them present their case, you feel you want to come on board and help and see how you can do it. And we have already said, like in the party, we will charge 0 fees to any of that generation who comes on board who wants to learn. And the other thing, of course, which is very unfortunate, you talked about the violence.
Yes.
The Gen Z uprising in this country was a very sweet thing, because we saw very young ladies come and say it cannot be done this way.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the extrajudicial killing, the abductions, all those things that were done intimidated very many.
Yeah.
We have work to do to get them back and get that courage back. Yeah. But we were almost seeing a transformation in this country. Because they were clear-minded, and they come with a clear mind. Yeah. They are not like even our young men whom you need to get. I like engaging them in the office, because you can see, and especially like you have said, those who wants to come and bring a change, they don't want to just sit there and look pretty. Yeah. They
want to go
they are
forward.
Motivated to bring change in the society.
Yeah.
Are clearer and easier to deal with. So I look forward myself to seeing more of those. How I wish we can be able to get them into our parliament. It will be different.
I love this. Thank you so much. And the key takeaway there is maybe we need to put down our confrontational approach. It's not a war. We are here for the people. And if you've been called to a greater thing, then it's not about you as just a woman, but as the people, for the people. What can we do? And so we start to talk as colleagues. And I'd like to say, anyone who listened to me on Kiss 100? Yeah? I just want to give a short segue. You realize that when Shafi and I started, my co-host and I, when we started with fighting, right? We sounded like we were always at loggerheads. There were real loggerheads, until I realized the only way we'll be able to work together is if I just calm down, because I'm very fast, I'm very organized, I like things done well, and he's easygoing. So I relaxed, and I realized I have to meet him somewhere, teach him how to meet me where I am. That's how we became the biggest show in Kenya. So it's sometimes be the bigger person, ladies, and just say, okay, hold back. What do we need to do to get ahead? Okay, it's going to take me to calm down and ask this way. And it may sound belittling, but it's not. I don't think it is. It's for a greater good, for the next generation, for the future women. So we must make some sacrifices. I think we were told earlier in the panel before, we must make some sacrifices, and it won't be easy. Thank you. Thank you.
Just one thing. When you finally pick, and I've seen this again with the young ladies, when they pick the mic and make it to the platform, those who become emotional on issues move the crowd. Yeah. Women move crowd when they become emotional on issues. But if you become emotional on personalities that we keep attacking, the one thing we say in this country, it's like it's being left for the men more and less for the women.
To deal with the issue.
You move women, you move men when you talk about those issues, because you understand and feel them better than the men.
I like that.
But the challenge is, of course, to get to that
level.
Platform. Which
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Kioni, for those words. Now, as we even try and wrap this up, because I know there's so many questions, and thank you so much for your questions. Like I said, we are going to filter them, and we're going to ensure that they are answered and you get your answer, because we do have all your details for all of you who came here today. So we're trying our level best to ask the pertinent questions this afternoon. Florence, if I can now turn to you, because yes, we are saying that political parties are compliant. This question has come from Faith Nora Lukosi, and she's saying, whilst we are saying that political parties are compliant on 2/3 gender rule, the dynamics within political parties presents barriers to the same women. What is ORPP doing to go beyond the compliance to enforcement? Is there something that you guys are doing to ensure that it is actually being enforced and not just being spoken in words?
Thank you. And yes, it is a bit hard for women in our country, especially those who are coming now to the space. And one of the things we are doing is having a continuous conversation even with the political parties leaders. And we want to ensure that even within those political parties, they also have women programs. And that is why one of the things that we did prior to the general elections in 2022 is to review the Political Parties Act and criteria of administration of the political parties fund. And currently, those who are getting the fund, for you to access that fund is mandatory that you must have women in your governing bodies, and also you must have women who have been elected within your political party, and also those who you got nomination through your party tickets.
All right, okay. Thank you so much for that. I hope that you have received your answer. Something is being done, something is being worked on, and we appreciate that. Last but not least here, I have a question that's come for you, Christina. And the question is coming from Anne Karuga, National Chairperson from KANU, and she's asking, what one action can each of us take in our spheres of influence to catalyze this regional movement immediately? What one action would you, in your opinion, say that we can take in our spheres of influence to catalyze regional movement immediately? I think that goes to Christina, yes.
Okay, for the regional aspect, what I can say is in the European Union, we are also a region, and this is why I feel very privileged here with the political going beyond the nation. I think that is where the regional comes in. We have in the East African community, we have also in the African Union opportunities. And if this is addressed more politically or more along those lines, I think institutionally, there is already all that you need. I think it was Antonia mentioning ECOWAS and an example from Burkina Faso, so I think that will be the same. I think that is what we did in the European Union, and that is why the European Union continues to support not only regional initiatives, but also country initiatives. And when it comes to the individual, I think it is also this belief on the sustainability that an institution brings. So it is not just about the personal gain and the individual gain, but also that the institution can give a sustainability. So maybe to link that with the European Union and what we can do or what we will continue doing, that is where our action, even our funding, has been, and I think will continue to be.
Awesome,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Haven't they been an amazing panel? That is how you clap for an amazing panel. Ooh-wee. Yes, the African way. We celebrate when we have great people among us. Thank you so much to our panelists for those insightful contributions. And I know that we would love to have a group photo of you. So if we can have that group photo taken now of these panelists, you can be upstanding. I think our photographer, you're ready? You're ready for them? You can guide me how you want to take this particular photo so that they can actually align. After which we are going to hear a little bit about what we have compiled today. So allow them to take their photo. Yes, you can be upstanding and come to the front. You can just leave your things on your chair and then take your photo. All of us, all of you can come and just take the photo. You can leave your things on your seat for the photo at least. All right. Smiles so that they get the photos right. Wonderful, smiling, happy people, happy faces. We love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. A round of applause for them, even as they leave the podium. Thank you so much to our amazing speakers this afternoon. We have enjoyed the words of Ms. Antonia Gabala Sodon, UN Women Representative in Kenya, Honorable Winnie Kiza, former leader of opposition Uganda and founding member Alliance for National Transformation, Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, Secretary General Jubilee Party, Beatrice Muthoni Nderi, Deputy Director, Partnerships, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties in Kenya, and Ms. Christina Barrios, Head of Political and Public Information Section, Delegation of the European Union to Kenya. Now, it's been a fantastic afternoon. We have heard so much, but there's still putting together the work so that it may reach the ground. So allow me now, as I will exit the stage, to welcome one of our rapporteurs of the day to give the key takeouts of what has been discussed. And I will call on Stephen Maribe to come so that he can give us a little bit about what it is that we have really, really gotten to hear from morning till now. Welcome.
Honorable members, women power! Women power! Thank you so much, Kaleche. Thank you so much for the great presenters that we've had today. Great women, great male gender champions from all over. From Sweden, I can see them, from Uganda, from Tanzania, and of course, from Kenya. It's very difficult to sit down and listen to everything that happens and to be very keen and still being a human being that you need some breaks. And immediately coming here to quickly analyze some of the takeaways, which are many, I'll go through all the way from morning, a quick one. There are 6 takeaways that came from the introductory speeches that we had. And within the theme of from policy to action and accelerating women's leadership in Africa, there is a great need to open up political spaces for women and youth leadership. And these political spaces are mainly found within political parties. That political parties remain to be the cornerstone of democratic life, yet women are excluded from leadership. So the stakeholders must reform the party structures and enforce inclusive leadership practices and adopt binding quotas to ensure women and young people are represented where strategies and decisions are made. We need to translate policies into enforceable action. That we do not just make policies and keep them very neatly in our closets, but governments, parliaments, and electoral bodies must move beyond rhetoric by adopting enforceable quotas, resourcing women's political education and mentorship, and establishing monitoring mechanisms such as gender compliance dashboards. And of course, it should be tied to funding. We need to strengthen networks and synergies and cross-border solidarity. We are here as East African nations, and maybe we should go further and include more nations within Africa and make it bigger, an African thing for the African woman. That regional platforms such as Pan-African Women Political Action Network should be developed to foster mentorship hubs, leadership incubators, and cross-party solidarity. Partnerships among the CSOs, the civil society, political parties, and development partners. These opportunities must be strengthened even within this period where we are having a global decline of democracy. We need to address structural and cultural barriers that inhibit participation of women in politics. We've heard about the campaign financing in Kenya, and I'm very sure it is the same within other African countries, that the field where our women are competing against themselves and against men is a field where you will have to have this. And we need to make sure that the campaign financing demands, political gatekeeping, gender-based violence, and discriminatory social norms remain, or we need to work that they do not remain within our political and electoral spaces. And the stakeholders must create an enabling environment, lowering the cost of politics, protecting women from political violence, addressing harmful gender norms, and providing social supports such as childcare and flexible working policies. We need to amplify role models, and we've seen them here, and they change the narrative of women leadership. That we need to make women visible and give them spaces for mentorship and intergenerational dialogue. And we also need to invest in women political capacity and tactical power. There's a lot of political tactics that I've heard here being mentioned about how men are able to connect and network better, raise resources better. So we need to create such platforms and give political and tactical capacity to women. We've seen that affirmative actions we do have affirmative actions within our legal frameworks in East Africa. But again, we need to make these actions to go beyond numbers. We've talked about bring the numbers, but also bring the quality. So affirmative actions must be complemented with reforms that dismantle patriarchal systems, protect women's autonomy, and ensure women's leadership in substantive way, as not just symbolic. Enforce legal frameworks and party compliance, and we've had a lot of discussions about the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties and the offices that manage and regulate political parties. But again, governments, courts, the regulators like the ORPP must give life to gender laws by auditing compliance, punishing violations, and making political parties accountable for nominating women in winnable seats. We need to build women leadership capacity and ensure resources access, and resources access underline capitalize. That political parties and partners must invest in capacity building, mentorship pipelines, and dedicated campaign financing mechanism for women and youth. We need to institutionalize gender equality inside political parties and government structures. That institutional reforms within political parties like gender desks that have been mentioned here, internal quotas, youth wings, or youth political parties or youth leagues, and transparent funding. These are crucial, and they give power to gender equality and everyday practice of supporting women within our political parties. We need to be accountable. That the women's political advancement does not just require reforms, but it requires accountability, that we go back and ask ourselves, what can we do to make sure that the reforms that we have made are accountable? Can we monitor them? And Beyond quotas, we need to make sustainable support mechanism for women in Africa. Women power.
Power.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. How powerful is Stephen? Wow. Thank you so much for being one of our repertoires of the day and giving us the feedback of the conversations that we have had. And I believe that there is something there for everyone to have learned this afternoon. It's been a powerful day, has it not? That is how you're responding. Are you tired? We'll give you tea. I mean, you know, there's still so many discussions you have to have, and tomorrow some of you are back to actually now say, how do we make the next step? How do we take this to action? Because it would not be of any value if we can't take it to action. And now, as we come to the conclusion of today's program, it's my pleasure to invite the Executive Director of the Oslo Center, Ms. Linda Rode, to come and deliver the official closing session. Give her a round of applause as she comes up.
Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful day. I talked to people during lunch and I said that this has been the best conference I've been to for years. So I think in the program it says here the closing session, and we have had a lot of insights, input, good perspectives and ideas today. At the same time, I think that all of us sits with a lot of reflections and things that we want to discuss after this whole day. And most of you are going to the workshop tomorrow to continue working on what we have discussed today. So I was thinking, why don't we do this closing session as a kickstart of the workshop? Are you with me? Yes. Okay. So what I want you to do is that you do the closing session. So now we have to pair up. So if you can raise from your seats. And I was thinking now that the first row turns to the second row and you find yourself a partner. And if the number doesn't go up, okay, you find silence and then you shall talk. Please. Okay, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to serve you some statements that we have heard during the day. I'm sure you remember them, and I think I want you to share your reflections around this statement with your partner. And you have 2 minutes on each statement. And the first statement is from earlier on today. It's affirmative actions is a game changer to advance women's leadership. You go. Hello, no. I think you are just warming up. But remember, this is just a kickstart for tomorrow. So please, will you listen to me now? The next statement is coming up. Okay, so listen to this.
Call to attention the room. Thank
There
you.
are 3 statements at all. So the next one is coming up. Don't be self-centered. Bring substance to the table. I'll give you the last statement now. If you will please listen to me. Hello. Okay, let's go for the last statement.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
This is the last one, and this is a really tough one. And
Listen.
I ask you to be sporty on this one. It's a little challenging, but it was from the last session. The loyalty to the party is a barrier to advancing women leadership. Okay. I think we will end this kick-off work session for today. Thank you for contributing and being so sporty. A big applause to all of us.
Thank you.
You may sit.
All right, let's take our seats. Ladies, let's take our seats.
I have a last one for you. It's not for discussion, but I just want a tip from you. How many, best guess, how many are we in this room today? How many? About? It's a lot of 100. I take 100. I take 100 because it's easy. Okay, let me have that 100. How many can we reach if we all become mentors? How many? We are 100, so how many can we reach if we all are mentors? 300? Somebody higher? I think I can do 5. 500. Okay, that's a good number. Don't forget about it. Okay, remember. I want to thank, first of all, ENoP, KIC, and EU, and thank you to my own organization as well, the Oslo Center, for creating this fantastic day for us all. It has been inspirational, it has been substantial, valuable, powerful, and extremely important for all of us. So thank you to all of us for this day, and good luck with, sorry, I don't see you so much because of this. Good luck in the workshop tomorrow, Create Value. Thank you to us all.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful exercise. Wasn't that amazing? A round of applause. Hey! Thank you so much, ladies. I love the African way of celebrating those that we honor and appreciate. This has been an amazing, amazing time. And even as we come to an official close of this first day, we appreciate the commitment to all our speakers, our panelists, and you, the participants, and we look forward to building on the momentum of today's discussions. For those continuing today too, I personally want to wish you a wonderful time of deliberation in that workshop. May it bear fruit that you will go to take back to your different countries, and that it will be something that we can testify that in Nairobi at the African Women's Forum 2025, we deliberated, we discussed, and these are the fruits for today going forward. Yes, you can. Ladies, a round of applause for yourselves. My name is Kalechi Mumo, and it's been an honor to be your moderator for this amazing day. Aside from that, I give back as a media coach, teaching other young men and women what I successfully did in my career on radio and TV for 14 years. And that has been a great place. So mentorship is the way to go. Pull someone up. Don't sit there forever. Thank you to the organizers and my bosses, ENoP, KIC, and the Oslo Center, powered by the European Union. It's been an honor to serve you, and I look forward to working with you again and again. And if anybody is looking to train in public speaking, looking to train as a podcast host, or you want to work with your voice, I am your person. I am a voice coach. I am a media coach. See me, let me share with you about my program called Own Your Mic. We must continue to speak with confidence. That's the only way we win at this game. So thank you very much. It's been an honor. Enjoy the rest of your evening and be blessed. We're going to stand up now for the national anthem of Kenya and of East Africa as we close. Right. Thank you everyone, and enjoy the rest of your networking. Remember to network, network, network. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much.
Across Africa, the vision of equality has been written into our laws, our constitutions, and our policies. But the true test lies beyond the words on paper. It lies in action.
For me, a particularly singular honor to be the first president to swear in the first female Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya.
I, Martha Karambu Kome, Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya.
For decades, African nations have pledged commitment to gender equality. Policies have been signed, frameworks adopted, and declarations made. Yet the journey from policy to political power remains one of the greatest challenges of our time.
Equality Bill is making a second journey through the National Assembly. The bill suffered a humiliating fate at its first introduction a few months ago, as some male lawmakers were strongly opposed to it.
Resolved to promote Article 15, Article 19, and also Article 21, which gives women access to land. We've actually realized that the African women, 80% are employed by agriculture, but it's very unfortunate that they don't own the land.
Barriers still stand: cultural perceptions, systemic exclusion, and unequal access to resources. The gap between intention and implementation continues to hold back millions of capable women from taking their rightful place in leadership.
Because what we have to have as women to advance, there must be good political will. And this good political will be there when there is a good political environment. And this good political environment will be there when all the women will move together with one voice, cutting across our different political lines, political ideologies. We come together as women.
But the story is changing. Across the continent, women are breaking ceilings, rewriting narratives and redefining leadership.
Unaona mimi kama ni mtu wa kucheza na kazi. Mimi sicheki na sichezi masaa ya kazi.
To bridge the gap, we must move beyond promises. We must dismantle systemic barriers, invest in women's political participation, and create enabling environments, where leadership is not defined by gender, but by vision, courage, and the will to serve. Africa Women Forum 2025.